right, welcome in. We should be live on YouTube and Rumble. Hope everybody's having a good night. So, what do? Well, we look at a bunch of stories I didn't get to during the week, and then we'll look at a few that we did look at but deserve a second look. So let's go through it quickly first. Yeah, Trudeau was very unpopular in Canada. 72% of Canadians want Trudeau gone. This is not surprising to me. So we're going to look at that. Look at his at the election predictions, which are not looking good for him. We're going to talk about Alex Jones. Will he be back on X, formerly Twitter? I think it looks pretty likely that he might be. Well, here's a study from Finland. Mental health issues persist after transgender medical treatment. So basically what everybody already knew. We'll take a look at that. Elon Musk is going to war. He is, he's calling out Disney again, Bob Iger. He seems particularly mad at Bob Iger. I guess it's because he's so publicly, talked about how he's pulling his advertising from Twitter. He kind of took the lead on that. And that makes Elon Musk mad. And Elon Musk thinks he's a phony, as we've seen. So we'll talk about that a little bit. He's calling out the Disney CEO for not boycotting Meta, despite allegations that it's enabling child sex abuse, which is really bad, right? If Disney, especially being a family company, yeah, in any case, I think Elon's got a point here. Conor Mcgregor, at last I've seen anyway, Conor McGregor is kind of threatening to try and run for president of Ireland. And that would be awesome. I would love that. Just from like making videos from that perspective, that's gold. I would like to see that. Also, it sounds like they need like real leadership in Ireland. Like somebody who's not a far left globalist. And I don't know if Conor McGregor would be great as president, but anything's better than a far left globalist who apparently hates the people of Ireland. Hunter Biden hit with 9 new criminal charges. And I know when anybody who sees this immediately wonders to themselves, so what's the play here? What exactly is the play here? Right? Something's up. And what's up is maybe they're planning on doing something with Joe Biden. I don't know. I'm not going to speculate right now. We'll get into it. Now, this is something that does concern me. Now, I'm broadly a fan of Pierre Poilievre. He's the leader of the Conservative Party in Canada, way ahead in the polls. But there's one issue that he's not touched on very much. The one time I've heard him touch on it, I thought it sounded okay. But the biggest issue is immigration. That's the biggest issue. That is what is destroying and causing our infrastructure to crumble. It's driving up house prices. It's destroying our healthcare. Basically, every bit of infrastructure in Canada is being stretched to the limit by the insane mass immigration brought on by Justin Trudeau. And he's not really touching on it. And so Pierre Poilievre has put out a video that's gotten, I don't know, a couple million views or something about how he's going to fix the housing crisis. But he doesn't talk about this one issue, which is the most important issue of all. So we'll get into that a little bit. What's this one? Major donor who pulled funding from Harvard over anti-Semitism says university's president was a diversity hire.
Everything woke turns to shit.
Yes, it does. Yes, it does. And we'll go over that. Story here. Black woman arrested for attempting to burn down birthplace of MLK Jr. What's going on there? False flag? I don't know. I guess we're going to find out. We'll have to look at that story. Woman sentenced to fast food job after hurling Chipotle bowl at worker? What? Sentenced to fast food job? That's like something that happens on a sitcom. We'll take a look at that. Woker than woke. Black female Santa slammed by Belgian critics. Belgium. I don't know. It seems really odd, but it's also not at all surprising. We'll get into that one. Then we always finish it off by taking a look at Twitter. A bunch of Twitter memes and just stuff I've kind of collected in my bookmarks over the course of the week. So we'll go through a bunch of that. That usually occupies the last, I don't know, hour and a half of the show. And we have a tradition now that was recommended by one of the viewers, a radio streamer, that we always, if things get too heavy and too horrible and the world is so awful and disgusting, that we'll have a palate cleanser. We'll just go to some puppies for a moment. And there's a joke that we do every single week. And then, if there's still people around who want me to keep babbling on endlessly, we'll just go back to Twitter and just go through a bunch of just whatever is happening as we do the live stream. So there we go. All right. Do you guys feel like, before we start on this, do you guys feel like Christmas starts too early? I feel like Christmas starts too early. I have a problem with holidays in general, like birthdays. Birthday should last until you're like 16 and then no more, right? No more presents. Adults shouldn't get presents. That's my feeling. I mean, look, if I get some presents, I'm not going to turn them away, right? I'll still take them because of my natural greed. But I just think as a principle, adults shouldn't get presents. Those are for children. But anyway, I always loved giving presents to my own kids, right? But I just think the whole thing starts too early. A few weeks ago, I was talking to my neighbor. My neighbor goes, I got some spare Christmas lights if you want to use them. I could help you. And I looked around and every other house has got Christmas lights. And like a lot of them. A lot. And I said, no. I said, it's November. It's too early. I don't approve of this. And, neighbor was all right about it. But I just finally got around to it a couple of days ago. And I have one string, it's like about 8 feet long of lights. And I just put it on my rail at the front of my house with the steps. And that's it. And I guess maybe it looks underwhelming compared to all of the millions of lights that my neighbors have. But I'm just not a millions of lights guy, and I'm also an adult. I got no kids living in my house anymore. So 8 feet of lights, I think that's plenty. I think that's fine. And they'll probably end up staying on there till about March now. It takes me a long time to put them up, and then an even longer time to take them down. And everybody's just going to have to learn to live with that. All right. So that's the Christmas rant. You know what? I won't have another Christmas rant next week because I'm not going to be on next week. I have to take that one off because I'm going to be away. But we'll be back, I think, for the last Friday before. What day is that? I don't know. I guess we'll just have to see. I try to do them every Friday night. Of course, there's still my regular videos during the week, usually 4 to 5, maybe 6, 5 to 7 minute long videos during the week. But that said, everybody hates Trudeau. Well, not everybody, not strictly everybody. There are still some, we call them Truanon. It's like QAnon, but Trudeau, Truanon. These kind of poor lost souls, kind of midwits, I think you might have to say, at best, that just won't let go of the dream. When Trudeau showed up, they were just totally entranced and charmed by his hair and teeth. They had never seen anything like it in Canadian politics. My God, the hair, the teeth. I'm not sure they noticed the rest of them. What's going on? We got a comment here from you. Who's this? It's Frank. Liberate our neighbors to the north. It's a joke. Please don't take my truck and bank account. We'll try not to. We're doing our best to get rid of Trudeau right now. Although it looks like we will probably have him until 2025 unless he steps down. I'm not sure if that's going to happen. I'm kind of a split mind on it. On one hand, I want Trudeau to take down the Liberal Party and destroy it. Just turn it into ashes, you know? Just burn it to the ground. Because what happened in Canada is that you've got three major parties. You've got the Conservatives, you've got the Liberals, then you've got the NDP. The NDP is basically Canada's Communist Party. Now, there is actually a Canadian Communist Party that does exist, and I think it's about 10 people. But really, the NDP they are the wokest party in Canada, and the Liberals have been trying to, Trudeau, yes, indeed. Yes, Frank. A lot of people call him that. We have a lot of names for Trudeau. But what happened in Canada is that Trudeau, Mr. Hair and Teeth, decided to try and outwoke the NDP. So they've been competing to see who can be the most insane, the most insufferable, the most idiotic, the most offensive. Because, as a wise man once said, I'm going to use this button a lot, I think, tonight.
Everything woke turns to shit.
So it's been a big race to the left in Canada. And it was too much. And Canadians don't like him. But I guess my point was, I'm of a split mind because I want him to, on one hand, I want Trudeau to crush, to just take the Liberal Party of Canada down with them. It's not a liberal party. They're not liberal. They're illiberal. These are far leftists at this point. There are no actual liberals left in the Liberal Party of Canada. All right. So he can do that. So that's one option. That Trudeau just crushes, just brings down the Liberal Party with him, turns it to ashes. They have to rebuild from those ashes, and hopefully, for the sake of Canada, build it up into something sensible, right? Just to kind of, I want the Conservatives to be in charge for a while now. Hopefully they'll be hopefully they will earn that, right? You don't know these days. You know, the fear is they'll turn into Trudeau light. But if the Liberal Party crashes and has to rebuild itself back up again, I think the likelihood is that they will move back to the center again, and that would be good for Canada. Now, on the other hand, that still leaves us with like almost 2 years of Trudeau, and God knows what he can get up to. You know, he's got a fair amount of power, and I'm sure you've heard about the censorship bills, right? Well, he's got another one cooking up. He's not going to stop with that stuff. He just gave another 120 million to the media. That's right. In Canada, the ruling party gives money to the media. I can't imagine there'd be any conflict of interest involved here, huh? Having basically the prime minister, your paymaster. You know, the CBC already gets 1.2 billion a year. So, yeah, this is the dilemma that I'm looking at anyway, is that he takes down the Liberal Party, really crashes it, and that would be good for Canada, but he's also going to stay in for 2 years. And he can do already Canada will never be the same as the Canada from 20 years ago. So that Canada's gone, right? In many ways, our economy is never going to be the same, right? We have generational issues now because of him, because of Trudeau's 8 years. So God knows what more he can do in another 2 years. I can tell you this, that the problems are not going to get solved in 4 years. So maybe it's better that he steps down. And there's always speculation about whether or not Trudeau's going to step down. I don't think he will, because I don't think his ego will allow that. But I mean, people wish and hope and pray that he's gone. I don't know. I highly doubt it. I think he's too much of a snake. I think he's too arrogant, too narcissistic, and to ever allow himself to take that walk in the snow like his father did. I don't see it. But you never know. I mean, I think Canada would sigh a breath of relief if he did, at least until, we found out who his replacement was going to be. Probably, actually, could not be worse, but might be just as bad, or like, even if like 75% is bad. Trudeau Light is bad, That's a big fear. We'll get into the Trudeau Light stuff when we talk about Poilievre and his housing plan, and not mentioning anything about immigration in that, which is the crucial issue. More than 165,000 Canadians, I'm one of those, have signed a petition for a vote of no confidence in the House of Commons against the minority Liberal government. Do here's another thing too. This is anecdotal, but my mom gave me a call today. She said she was in the bank, and there was a lineup of people in the bank, and all of them were complaining about Trudeau. Every one of them. Trudeau's an asshole. Yeah, I mean, I believe my mother. I don't think she's going to lie to me. I don't know how many people were in the lineup, but she said every single person in there was going to town on Trudeau, hating him. Canadians are worried, very worried. Again, this is not the same country. It's not livable the way that it used to be. Canadian Prime Minister Justin Trudeau is in political freefall. In the latest Ipsos poll, 72% of Canadians want Trudeau to exit federal politics and leave as leader of the Liberal Party of Canada. I mean, 72%, that's more than 7 out of 10. Ipsos says that number is up from 60% in September. Even within his own party, 33% of Liberal supporters would like Trudeau to resign. So even 1 in 3 Liberals, although, again, they're not really liberals, they're illiberal authoritarian leftists, but even a third of them want Trudeau out. Even they're sick of him. That's consistent with other recent polls that show the Conservative Party of Canada, under its leader Pierre Poilievre, 19 percentage points ahead of the Liberals, and headed for one of the larger majority governments in Canadian history. And actually, let's go to that. Yeah, he's well up. I mean, you can see here, it's a parliamentary government, so it's how many seats you get. You need 170 seats for a majority, and you can see as it stands now, even at the lowest end of that, it's still a majority for the Conservatives. And I have to say, this turned around really fast. I mean, politically, this turned around pretty quick. Frank says, "Oh, Canada, thanks for the memories. We recorded our album in Vancouver. Great place. God bless you." Yeah, that's awesome. JB Frank recorded your album. What album? A lot of bands record in Vancouver. There's Aerosmith and a bunch of, was it? I think almost like everybody has recorded an album in Vancouver. What's your band? Let's find out. But back to Trudeau. Yeah, so it's looking very, very good for the Conservatives. It's looking very bad for the Liberals. And it really started to turn, I think, at the Freedom Convoy. The Freedom Convoy, I think, was more powerful than anybody even realized back then. I think it's going to have a lasting impact. it inspired people around the world too. It inspired, like, think the Dutch farmers, inspired people in France. I know that. The way that he handled that was probably the worst possible way that you could handle that, right? Just total elitist, what's the word I'm looking for? It just scorn, total elitist scorn. Called everybody racist. You know, the thing is, you can't keep calling everybody racist all the time. You turn into the boy who cried racist. And people stop believing you after a while. Looks like the spell is breaking, by the way. Looks like the spell is breaking. The old magic spell, you're racist, full, blah, 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 blah. Supposed to confuse you and shroud your mind with fear. You know, oh, I don't want to be called that. You know, now people are realizing they're going to call you that anyway. It doesn't even matter anymore. I mean, the meaning of the word racist doesn't even make sense anymore. I mean, they would consider Martin Luther King to be like far right these days. Let's see. Nanos Research founder Nick Nanos described what the Liberals need to stand a chance in the next federal election. It's a complete reboot. I'm having trouble talking. Hold on. I better have a sip. A complete reboot. Yeah. Either with a new leader or Justin Trudeau with a renewed vision of why he believes that he should deserve another mandate. Trudeau is done. Okay? Trudeau's done. If Trudeau stays in as the leader of the Liberals will crash. I mean, am I going to say it's guaranteed? It's as close to guaranteed. People are sick of Justin Trudeau. Nobody believes him. Nobody wants him anymore. He can run around with his pride flags every single day of the year. Even that won't work. He can shove a pride flag up his ass and sing the national anthem. Everybody's just had enough. Let's see. As of Monday morning, more than 175,000 Canadians have signed a petition for a vote of no confidence in the House of Commons against the minority Liberal government. I have as well. I think it's not going to actually do anything, though. All right, you know what? Let's head on to the next one. I think we've talked enough about how much everybody hates Justin Trudeau. We all know it. I mean, I think it's like actually like everybody in the world, right? Like the world scorns him now. I know the Italians hate him. They had that newspaper, front of the newspaper with him and his blackface picture and called him a buffoon, I believe, because he was critical of Maloney, who had been newly elected. I know that he's been sworn at in London, and I know the British press doesn't think much of him. He's seen as a clown, right? Justin Trudeau is not even really Canadian. Not the way other Canadians see themselves, right? He is this scion of this, political family, the Trudeaus, Pierre Elliott Trudeau, the most famous Canadian prime minister. And he grew up in luxury, hanging out, with like royalty and just the scions of industry. And he didn't have a normal childhood. And I think he sees himself as more of a citizen of the world than a Canadian, right? That's why he said that Canada is the first post-national country. I mean, what insane narcissism. He just decided that Canada is the first post-national country. And he certainly ruled like that, by the way. He's tried to import the rest of the world all at once. He said that Canada had no core identity. I think that's projection. I think he was talking about himself there. I don't like Trudeau. Have you picked up on that? I don't like him at all. Elon Musk says he will consider reinstating Alex Jones's X account. well, this is interesting. I think that when he brings something up, Elon Musk, that is, generally it tends to happen, doesn't it? Now, he's putting it to a poll, apparently. He's going to let the people decide. Vox populi, vox Dei. The voice of the people is the voice of God. Which is something that's different from what we're used to hearing, right? From people who own, like, social media companies. Normally it's shut up. That's what we hear. Elon Musk said he will consider reversing his decision to maintain the ban on conspiracy theorist Alex Jones from the X social media platform. I actually had a meme on this I put together. Hold on a second. There we go. Declaration of memes. Elon. Okay, Alex, I'll reinstate you if you promise to take it easy with the conspiracy theories, okay? Alex Jones. I don't feel like he's got to take it easy with the conspiracy theories. But that's damn funny. Let's go. Oh, where were we? Here we go. All right. But something you have to keep in mind with Alex Jones, I've always found him very entertaining, right? And I used to just watch him as just as an entertainer. And there's certainly a lot of showmanship in what he does, right? But he's kind of right sometimes, isn't he? Like, he's kind of been right a fair amount. You know, even if you just look at, like, broadly speaking, like his broad view, right? Like the ramping up of the censorship, you know, the rise of authoritarianism in the Western left, right? That all has been going crazy to levels that I think would boggle the mind of ourselves 15 years ago. You know, globalism, the World Economic Forum, you know, it turns out that there really are lots of communists around. They actually are there, including in government, especially in the universities. You know, give or take a couple of intradimensional demons. You know, he's been broadly correct, hasn't he? So I mean, he's obviously, his reputation has been kind of revived for a lot of people, even kind of on the left a bit, kind of weirdly. A lot of people would like to see him back on X again. So would I. And I don't think there's any reason that he should be banned. I mean, he hasn't actually broken the law, right? I mean, he's been sued in civil court in that insane billion-dollar thing where it wasn't even a trial, right? It was a summary judgment from the judge. So the judge just said, no, you're guilty before he'd even had a chance to defend himself, right? Because they claimed that he had not given over some materials. It sounds like just a setup. $1 billion. I know they're trying now to bring it down, say, well, you can settle for like 80 million. The whole thing seems very unfair and banana republic-y to me, like a lot of things do these days. But he hasn't done anything wrong, and it seems like it's all like First Amendment stuff, isn't it? Really? I mean, why shouldn't he be on? At the end of the day, it's opinions. Let's see. Yeah, 1.44 billion. I mean, come on. Like, who looks at that and goes, okay, that's all above board. Nothing weird going on here. This is a quote from Alex Jones. Elon Musk says he's a free speech absolutist, but still hasn't let me back on Twitter with my own channel, Jones said on Thursday. So, I mean, he's not an absolutist, right? Like, he limits it to legal speech. And I think you could make the case with Jones that, yeah, it was legal speech. So that would definitely not be free speech absolutist. Look, it's still a hell of a lot better. It's still a hell of a lot better. You know, if you remember before Elon Musk bought Twitter, I mean, they would just ban conservatives, just in waves, you know? It was not a safe place to be. Jones said that while I'm not even mad at Elon Musk, he hopes that he will hear from me about why I was really banned from Twitter. Well, it was banned for the same reason that every dissident was banned from Twitter. Everybody who dissented from the far left narrative. Let's see. How did this start? Okay, here's how it started. So Erica Wolf Jones, that's Eric Jones's wife, tweeted this. Tucker Carlson's interview with the most censored man in the world drops tonight. I believe I've got some clips of that on the Twitter portion of the show later. So that might be, well, we're half an hour in. The last live stream went almost 4.5 hours. So we might be at it in like 3 hours. Depends on how it goes. One thing that keeps me doing the live streams longer is when there's lots of chat. When there's lots of chat, I just keep going. It's like an addiction. It's like I'm addicted to that like crack. So, but anyway, we'll be at it later. If you want to watch the replay, just go to like the last third of the video tomorrow or something. Anyway, so we got some clips of this, but then the quartering said, think about how much letting Alex Jones back on X would make the machine rage. And it's at Elon Musk there. Says it's time. It is time. Then Elon Musk said, I go into this on a little bit greater detail in my video I put out, was it this morning or yesterday? I don't know. I put it out in the last 2 days. Elon Musk said, we'll consider, in general, since this platform aspires to be the global town square, permanent bans should be extremely rare. Also, if he does say something false on this platform, then community notes will correct him, whereas that would not be the case elsewhere. So then he says, hold on. Then he says, let's hold a poll. So, gonna have a poll. As far as I know, it hasn't been held yet. I don't know if you guys have seen it. Let me know in the chat. But that's going to be happening, and of course, it's going to be let back on again. Of course, the poll is going to say, let him back on, because who wouldn't want Alex Jones back on? It's just way more fun. Even for the lefties, that's something for them to talk about and get clicks off of, right? Literally every time Alex Jones posts something, right? They'd love it. It'd be heaven for them. Oh, here we go. Well, this is okay, what's this? This is from ALX. He had his own poll. I'm putting in yes. Let's see what it came out as. 91.5% yes. Okay. I'm not at all surprised by that. Elon Musk said, interesting. Very interesting indeed. Alex Jones says he hopes Elon Musk will watch his interview with Tucker Carlson on X tonight. I wonder if he will. Elon Musk says, I will hear him out. Well, that sounds fair, doesn't it? That sounds like something a man of the people would do. And Elon really is. I mean, look, I'm not like blindly trusting of anybody. But he is starting to feel like a man of the people a bit, isn't he? He's not Mark Zuckerberg. You know, you don't get the same vibe, the same, I don't know. What is Mark Zuckerberg? Some sort of malfunctioning Android? Some sort of like early model Android or something? Elon's kind of weird, but he seems like he seems like somebody who does genuinely care about the people, at least his customers, right? He does seem to be concerned about mankind, the well-being of mankind. He said that's why he bought Twitter, because the woke mind virus was destroying the world. He said, take a look at San Francisco, right? All these people congregated, all these tech people congregated in San Francisco. And San Francisco is what their minds produced. And it's not very nice, right? And there's a constant effort to export that, to spread that out to everywhere. He says that's why he bought Twitter, to save the world from the woke mind virus. X, formerly Twitter, can't do that on its own, but it can help for sure. Okay, I think there's some depressing stuff after that. We'll move on. So, we keep hearing, wait a second, Poesy Poet saying, Elon won't let Alex on until AI is trained. Well, that's an interesting point. That's an interesting point. Elaborate on that. Elaborate on that. Are you talking about in terms of, because I assume that they would have like a human monitoring every single thing Alex Jones writes, right? Well, Poet is saying he bought X for data mining for AI. Well, I don't know. That's another interesting point. It's another interesting point. I mean, do you believe that Elon is concerned about the woke mind virus and that it's going to wreck civilization? Because I mean, I think very clearly the wokeness is going to, it wants to destroy civilization. It's clearly that's its goal, right? When they say they hate everything about it, about Western civilization, it's pretty clear they want to wreck it. Mike Adams brought that point up. Who's that? I don't know Mike Adams. I think I've heard that name, but it's not coming up in my brain right now. But will there be some data mining going on? Probably. But anyway, let's keep going here. So, mental health issues persist after transgender medical treatment. New Finnish study shows. So, cutting off your genitals doesn't solve your depression. Huh. I mean, that's what we're told, right? See, Brighton TV or Natural News from Poet. Okay. Well, I will have to check that out. Thank you for that. But back to this issue here. Yeah, so apparently chopping off your genitals doesn't solve depression or your mental health issues. Huh. I wonder if it's maybe something that could be prevented. maybe there are some things you could do before you get to that part that might convince you that you don't need to, chop off your, dick. Ever younger ages and with more psychiatric needs. Trans-identifying people continue to have mental health issues even after transgender medical treatment. Even after. So it doesn't solve all their problems. Amazing. The thing that they found out about on TikTok doesn't solve all of their problems. Amazing. A new study out of Finland shows. Despite what advocates claim, many people who undergo transgender medical treatment continue to need significant psychiatric treatment afterwards, according to the peer-reviewed study conducted by 3 Finnish researchers. And I wonder if this study is going to suggest that perhaps they needed significant psychiatric treatment before they did gender reassignment. Of course, that's totally against the affirming model. In Canada, there's the affirming model. And what that means is that if anybody of any age, or say like parents take their 5-year-old into the doctor and say, yeah, the kid's born in the wrong body, right? The doctor has to take the affirming care model, which means he can't offer anything else. He can't say, well, maybe there needs to be some counseling or something. No, that's actually against the law in Canada. A doctor could lose his license for that in Canada. There was a bill passed in Canada. It was called the, ironically called the, what was it called? The conversion therapy ban. I say ironically because some people think that affirming care is kind of conversion therapy, especially when a doctor is not allowed to offer any other kind of treatment, is not allowed to say, well, let's see what maybe some deeper problems are before we go down the medicalizing route, before we go to puberty blockers or cross-sex hormones or chopping off your balls. And not just that, the Franken beans. I mean, it's horrifying, right? It's horrifying that it's so insanely reckless. And I can't imagine how many people are going to hate this society for not protecting them. Especially, people that are young now, that are too young to understand their bodies at all, or where they're going to be in their lives, or what like puberty is all about, say. Anyway, it's maddening. Europe is now turning around on this, and you can see this Finnish study. You might be surprised that Europe is ahead of the game on this stuff, but they were ahead of the game, like starting with it in the first place. And I think that's probably why the results have been horrifying there. As in a lot of devastated lives, a lot of tragedies. If you've been watching my videos, you've probably seen me mention something about the Tavistock Clinic in England, which is being sued by over 1,000 families. It's a gender clinic specializing in young people. They're being sued by over 1,000 families, and they got shut down. Of course, the fight never ends because the woke people just don't care about any of that. They've already made up their mind. They know the answer before they've heard the question. And they're dying to still, poison young people with chemicals. But yeah, they're awful. Despite what advocates claim, many people who undergo transgender medical treatment continue to need significant psychiatric treatment afterwards. Obviously, chopping off your genitals doesn't make you happier. The study appeared last month in the journal European Psychiatry, which is published by Cambridge University Press. I mean, how insane is it to think, well, this person's really depressed. This person's at risk of self-harm. Let's cut their genitals off. That'll fix it. I mean, it's absolutely demonic, isn't it? So the researchers looked at 3,665 people who contacted Finland's gender identity services between 1996 and 2019. Both before and after contacting gender identity services, they present with many more common psychiatric needs than do their matched population controls, even when medical gender reassignment interventions are carried out. So even when they do give them a bunch of chemicals, cross-sex hormones, and surgeries, even then they present with more psychiatric needs than people who didn't do that. Isn't that weird? Who could have guessed? Patients are coming in for transgender medical treatment at ever younger ages and with more psychiatric needs, the study said. And their psychiatric needs persist regardless of treatment. Adolescents and girls in particular are seeking out the treatments more often, the study noted. I wonder if, these people with issues may have maybe grown out of them or just gotten past them with other things. But the thing with these treatments is that it's not, they want you to believe that these are just all fully reversible and you can just stop. No, blocking puberty is not temporary. If you're on that for long enough, if you're on those drugs for long enough, they're chemical castration drugs, by the way, that they're used on rapists, right? The idea that you can disrupt your body's development and then just go off after what, like 4 years, everything's got to be fine. Amazingly, people seem to believe this stuff. I mean, obviously, castration, whether surgical or chemical, is obviously not reversible, is it? Double mastectomy is not reversible. You could maybe get fake breasts put in afterwards, but they're not your original ones. And you're not going to be breastfeeding. Of course, as well, a lot of these treatments are also sterilizing young people. I actually have the study here. We can just go to the conclusion. The number of people contacting specialized gender identity services has increased vastly since the 1990s until today. Vastly since the 1990s until today. And their mean age has become steadily younger. I wonder if social media had anything to do with that. I just wonder. Of course it did. Along with this, their needs for psychiatric treatment have increased. Both before and after contacting gender identity services, they present with many more common psychiatric needs than do their matched population controls, even when medical gender reassignment interventions are carried out. Among people seeking gender reassignment, psychiatric needs have to be carefully assessed and addressed. Among people seeking gender reassignment, psychiatric needs have to be carefully addressed and assessed also when medical gender reassignment interventions are provided. The vastly increased pursuit of gender reassignment with increases in psychiatric comorbidities warrants cautious assessment of the timelines of medical gender reassignment and of other treatment needs that may be more urgent. So what needs might be more urgent than getting gender reassignment? Well, perhaps some sort of psychiatric care. That's what they're saying here. Don't rush into it. In other words, the model that they're using now, the affirming model, is wrong. And of course it's wrong. Of course it's reckless. When would you say to every doctor in a country that they're not allowed to, I mean, if it's a family doctor, they might have known this kid since they were babies, right? What kind of sane country says to doctors, you're not allowed to work off your own expertise and your own relationship with your patients? No, if they tell you they're born in the wrong body, that's it. And if you disagree with them at all, you lose your license. That's a demented society. And of course, that's Trudeau. That's what Trudeau has done. Everybody hates him. Did I mention that? All right. Elon Musk calls out Disney CEO for not boycotting Meta despite allegations it's enabling child abuse. Yeah, I made a video about this as well. But I thought it's worth a second look. It really does show how fake everything is. All the scandals, all the things that the teleprompter readers are freaking out about, it's all fake. It's all narrative. Where are going to be the calls to boycott Disney or Meta because of the actual horrible stuff they've got on the platform? Apparently, Disney is still advertising with Meta. There's no problem. Not advertising, very publicly came out and said, not going to advertise on X. That is okay, though. That doesn't matter. It shows it's not about any of this. The issue is never the issue. It's not about that. It's about something else. It's about something that Elon Musk is allowing on his platform, and it's not about any of the naughty things that they're talking about. It's about reality. So reality is allowed to be expressed on X now. I know it's not perfect. I know Alex Jones, as far as I know, still not back on again. So that's not, free speech absolutism. It's a hell of a lot better. And he seems to be leaving some of these decisions actually up to the users themselves. Verified users. Anyway. So, yeah, I mean, there's obviously, none of it's real. It's all bullshit. Yeah, it turns out Disney is not a moral company. We already kind of knew that. So what happened here? So CNBC published a story. Facebook and Instagram content enabled child sexual abuse trafficking. New Mexico lawsuit. Elon Musk said, "Why no advertiser boycott, Bob Iger? You are endorsing this material." And again, yeah, why? Why not? I thought that Bob Iger was really worried about having his advertising next to something terrible. Well, there's nothing more terrible than that, right? But I mean, do you get the suspicion that maybe, people like Bob Iger are just told you're going to be the voice of a boycott because we want to bankrupt Twitter or X, right? Remember what we did to Parler? We're doing that to X now. And you're going to be the one. Kind of feels like maybe there's some levers being pulled behind the scenes, doesn't it? Why no advertiser boycott, Bob Iger? You are endorsing this material. It's never about that. And Elon's, I think, pointing that out here pretty clearly. Here, it was never about advertising standards. It's about bankrupting X on behalf of the ruling class. Mostly peaceful memes. That would mean he and Disney are against that sort of thing. Yeah. Are they really, though? Yes. Have you watched any new Disney material? Bob has allowed Disney to trans up and groom kids with their material. What happened to the happiest place on earth? It's the happiest place on earth for groomers. Yeah. To the point, and I like it. Elon Musk, crazy that Disney has to be sued to stop this terrible behavior. New Mexico was sued Meta and Mark Zuckerberg for allegedly enabling child abuse material to be distributed. Hey, Robert Iger and other advertisers, will you be suspending advertising on Facebook and Instagram like you did with X? No, they're not going to be. They don't have to. They haven't been told to do that. Doesn't matter. Ian Miles Chong here says, why are advertisers still on Facebook and Instagram but have such a massive problem with X, which bans such content? Elon Musk says, yeah, why do their chief marketing officers endorse child trafficking? Let's ask them. He's just putting it all out there for everybody to see what's really going on. Should we watch? Now, I think we played this out last week. I don't think we need to see more. Stop giving money to people that hate you, cancel Disney Plus, and pass it on. From Wokeness. Couldn't agree more. Let's keep going. It looks like Conor McGregor is seriously considering running for president of Ireland. So, I feel terrible for the Irish people. I mean, the prime minister they've got now is just a total. I don't even know. I don't know what they call him in Ireland. but he's an ass. He's clearly a globalist that has no concern for the people of Ireland. Like, the riots there, what's gotten Conor McGregor involved here, the incident where the children were stabbed, that it didn't all start with that. That's the latest incident. They've been having problems for a while, and people are getting very, very sick of it. Posty Poet says it's a selection, not election. Well, that is the media is trying to constantly select for the people, is telling people, citizens, who they should be voting for constantly, and it's pretty overt. In Canada, it's pretty overt. In the States, I've seen lots of CNN and MSNBC, New York Times, Washington Post. It's pretty overt. When you have 95% negative coverage for Donald Trump, just the whole time, that's not an accident, right? Don't look now, but I think Ireland might be ready to crown their own Caesar. Conor McGregor recently spoke out on behalf of the native Irish population after riots broke out recently in response to violence from migrants. Speaking freely caused him to be investigated for hate crimes by the Irish government because, of course, while the people of Ireland have rallied behind him for giving them a voice. Yeah. He was saying exactly what the Irish people wanted to hear, at least many of them, which is not what they get from their politicians. The Irish government, I've covered this in past videos and live streams as well. They're trying to rush through a censorship bill, an insane dystopian censorship bill, which will basically make it a crime just to have a meme on your home computer, on your phone. I think the law is broad enough. It could just be a picture you drew on a piece of paper at your house. Maybe a book, maybe the book 1984, right? You don't even have to be like printing up a bunch of copies or mailing it or, sending these memes to all your friends. Although, obviously, it's insane that would be a crime, right? But they've gone so 1984, pardon me, they've gone so 1984 that they'll just decide whether you're going to distribute the hate material or not. Because, of course, it's hate material, right? It includes a redefinition of the term hate in the bill that they want to pass to basically just mean anything. It's crazy. This is police bashing down your door to run in and take your computer because you've got something on it that they don't like. And they're going to decide that you were trying to spread hate, even if nobody's ever seen it. Again, I think the law is broad enough. It could just be you just drew a piece of paper, drew something on a piece of paper. It's really dystopian and insane. So that's their response. That's the government's response to people voicing their anger at what the government has been doing. The globalist government has been doing. Now, after speculation, McGregor seems interested in running for Irish president. He posted this on X. We'll get to that one second. Posty Poet says, Pierre, our next PM, is a politician. He is a politician, and I don't blindly believe anybody. I think, I do feel a sense of just, we have to get Trudeau out. He just got to go. He's so dangerous. Canadians, I still don't think fully grasp the harm he's done to this country. And it's generational harm, right? It's not going to get cleaned up anytime soon, and some things will just never get better. And I think for myself, it is crucial just to get him out because he's the worst of all possible worlds. And my hope is that Pierre will not turn into Trudeau light. Now, he's going to have to tackle the immigration issue. That's going to have to happen. I'm optimistic cautiously optimistic, but I don't have my head in the clouds. And I think that Canadians have to be ready to still push him. He's not going to be a magic pill that fixes everything. We know that much. But first job is to get Trudeau out because he's so dangerous. He can't stay in office a second longer than he has to be. You know, we have to vote him out as soon as we can. And I guess we'll see if he steps down. But anyway, he's a lot smarter, and he's way smarter and a lot more convincing than Trudeau from Poet. Yeah, I think he's a lot smarter. I think he's actually pretty knowledgeable on details. He's very good with that. And policies, he seems to understand that in a deep way, and that Trudeau doesn't. Trudeau doesn't really get in. I mean, he said it himself. We'll have to forgive him if he doesn't consider monetary policy, right? The budget's going to balance itself. His pride won't let him resign. Yeah, you're right. His pride won't let him resign. I don't think so. I could be wrong, though. But anyway, back to Conor McGregor running for president. Potential competition if I run. This is what McGregor said. Potential competition if I run. Jerry, 78. Bertie, 75. Enda, 74. Each with unbreakable ties to their individual party's politics, regardless of what the public outside of their parties feel. These parties govern themselves versus govern the people. Or me, 35, young, active, passionate, fresh skin in the game, could choke all of them out at the same time, I'm sure. I added that last part. I have no affiliation, bias, favoritism towards any party. They would genuinely be held to account regarding the current sway of public feeling. I'd even put it all to vote. There'd be votes every week to make sure I can fund. It would not be me in power as president. People of Ireland, it would be me and you. And there's, I guess, his competition there. Sorry looking lot, aren't they? Sorry looking lot indeed. You know, I can't help but think it would be freaking awesome if he decided that he wanted to be president. I think he could win. I think that the powers that be there, the globalists in Ireland with the levers of power would pull out all the stops to prevent that. I think, I think Trump scared a lot of people, obviously, right? Scared all the right people. But as we saw with Trump in 2020, they still have a lot of power. The people that are very uncomfortable with a populist, somebody with views that people like. And if you watch my channel, you know, I like Trump. I'm fascinated to see what happens next year. I actually fear for Trump because there's so much on the line. You know, I'm not going to say anything exactly, but Poet says Trump woke up the people. Yeah, exactly. Right. And that's the biggest fear. The biggest fear for the elites is that the people will wake up. But I fear for Trump in 2024, genuinely. You know, it's like there's not much more for them to do to try and destroy him. Right. There's not many levels higher to go to destroy him. I think it's dangerous, you know. Conor McGregor, notorious MMA, he put out a poll. Who gets your vote for president as it stands today? McGregor, 87.9%. Now that's his fans, right? Bertie, Jerry, Enda, they didn't get much. But you have to think. I mean, he must be incredibly popular there. And I got to think the government there, especially after this latest kind of awfulness that's been happening in Ireland, they can't be that popular. So, I don't know. It's very interesting. Let's see. We've got the first hour of the show down. I don't know if I'm going to be doing 4.5 hours tonight, folks. I'm not sure about that. We'll have to see. But we'll keep going for a while anyway. He's talking to the people. He's gauging interest. The man can smell it. He wants to be king. It says, Conor McGregor found the crown of Ireland laying in the gutter. I mean, what a story that would be, huh? I mean, it would be great for content creators. All right. Let's move on then. Hunter Biden hit with 9 new criminal charges. 9 new criminal charges. Well, what do we think about that? But hold on, though. Hold on. What does this really mean? Because it seems like everything is stage managed now, right? Like there's a purpose to it. It's not just that he broke the law. There has to be a purpose to it. So, I don't know. What are your guys' theories? Posey Poet says, nothing for daddy. Is it to distract from Joe Biden and the mountains of evidence that he's completely corrupt? I mean, I guess there would always be the chance that Hunter Biden turned on his dad, but wouldn't really make sense because Joe's going to pardon him no matter what happens anyway, right? And I wonder Joe Biden saying so determined to run again while he is going full banana republic on Trump. There's just mountains of evidence of crimes between really sketchy stuff between him and his son and his brother, and all this money been flooding in from the rest of the world. Sacrificial lamb, you say? I don't know. I mean, I wonder. It's an interesting problem here. Hold on. I think I wrote something down here for this one. Let's see if I can find it. There we go. See, what is the play here? That's the question. Is he a sacrificial lamb? Take the attention. Is it, no, well, there's nothing untoward's happening with Trump because look, Hunter Biden, dear Hunter Biden, look, he's getting charged too. See, the system's fair. Well, not really, because Hunter Biden, if he did get convicted of anything, he's going to be pardoned anyway. Yeah, see, Poesy Poet says, then pardon. Sacrificial lamb, then pardon, right? So that's fairly obvious. Is it to try and make the justice system look less corrupt for the Trump stuff? It's a possibility. Are the puppet masters preparing to get rid of Joe? I mean, Joe Biden keeps saying he wants to run. The only reason I could think that he'd want to keep running is, and I think when he said he wouldn't be running if it weren't for Trump, I think maybe he was telling the truth, right? Because after everything they've put Trump through, if he gets back in office, you better believe there's going to be some serious investigations into the Biden family. You better believe that, right? So that's very interesting. Now, Joe is behind in almost all of the polls. I feel like his handlers probably want to get rid of him. Would Gavin Newsom be an improvement for them? I mean, he has the hair and teeth thing like Trudeau does, and that does seem to trick some people. But I just kind of wonder because everybody knows now about the shape that San Francisco was in, for instance. And he was mayor of San Francisco, Gavin Newsom. Everybody knows about the state that San Francisco's in. Everybody has seen the poop map, right? Like, that's pretty convincing stuff. All you would have to do is just keep running videos, like ads, anti-Gavin Newsom ads with the poop map, and just scenes of just normal days in San Francisco now, right? Nobody would want that to happen where they live if it's not already like that. So, yeah, Gavin Newsom still seems like a bad choice to me. I mean, Kamala, she's no, there's just no way. Can't be. Who else? Who else is there? They'd have to get somebody that nobody knows, right? And just hope that all of the propaganda and narrative control in the media worked. 9 new criminal charges. Hunter was hit with numerous felony charges on Thursday night stemming from a federal investigation into his taxes. Let's see. CNN reported that Hunter was hit with 9 counts on charges that include failure to file and pay taxes, evasion of assessment, and false or fraudulent tax return. What happened with did the charges get dropped about the handgun? He had the handgun and it got dropped off in a garbage can next to a school. I think what happened with that was that the prosecutor was if you can remember exactly what happened to those charges, let me know in the chat. Because I think they just kind of went away. I think there was some kind of fuckery with the prosecutor who fixed it so that he couldn't be prosecuted for that. Something happened. But, yeah, let me know in the chat if you remember that. Quote, the defendant engaged in a 4-year scheme to not pay at least $1.4 million in self-assessed federal taxes he owed for tax years 2016 through 2019. Prosecutors said in court documents, adding that he, quote, willfully failed to pay the owed taxes despite having access to funds to pay some or all of these taxes. Where did all this fucking money come from? Where exactly? I mean, he was a crackhead. Probably still is. We all know who brought the cocaine into the White House, right? Where did he get all this money? Well, we know where he got it. We do know where he got it, but that's the question, right? That is the real question. Where does a crackhead get millions of dollars? He had to pay $1.4 million in taxes, right? He's going through millions of dollars. Where does a crackhead get that? That's the real question here. Those are the higher crimes, one would assume. Prosecutors said that Hunter Biden made more than $7 million during that time span, which included money that he received from Burisma, CEFC, China Energy, and others. Man, it's just so messed up, right? So crazy. It's just in front of everybody's nose. It's just bananas. Hope that's not putting it too strongly. Between 2016 and October 15th, 2020, the defendant spent his money on drugs, escorts, and girlfriends, luxury hotels, and rental properties, exotic cars, clothing, and other items of a personal nature. In short, everything but his taxes, and especially crack. I added the crack part. They do mention the drugs there. I mean, look, it sounds like a lot of fun. It sounds like a hell of a lot of fun. Except the crack part, which I think that would probably just kind of wreck the whole thing personally. But whatever. Yeah, it's weird how it's just in the open, right? And he's being investigated for not paying the taxes on the money that he got for what? Being the only crackhead on the board of Burisma? Sure smells a little fishy, right? I don't know. Who knows what those puppet masters are up to? Who knows what those crazy puppet masters are up to? Let us move on. Pierre, this is from True North News. This is like an independent news in Canada, conservative. That's the only, well, they're, the National Post is, nominally conservative, but this is independent media, and these are the ones who really kind of get to the heart of things. The mainstream media won't. Let's see. Posty Poet says, do what you want, but pay your taxes. I agree, but I would still recommend against smoking crack constantly all day for years, for your entire adult life. I still feel like there might be some complications there. It's not as good as, I don't know, light jogging, for instance. Pierre Poilievre won't say this about Canada's housing crisis. And of course, we're talking about immigration here, which is just clearly in a supply and demand situation. Clearly the supply and demand is affected by mass immigration, levels of immigration that we have never seen before in Canada, not even close. If you flood the country with people, they all need places to stay. The stupidest take in the universe is, well, Canada's huge. It's the second biggest country. Yeah, okay. You go live like in a cave, right? Like you need houses, you need infrastructure, right? You need houses, you need to the infrastructure to support the houses, you need to have jobs, you need to have hospitals, you need to have more classrooms. You need everything around that, right? You can't just move. People can't just wander off into the woods, right? And go like live amongst the wolves, right? Go make friends with like a black bear, and that can teach them how to survive in the wild, right? So we've been flooded with an enormous amount of people. In fact, to the point where a third of immigrants who leave Canada again within 5 years because they realize the whole thing's just a scam. It's just a scam to get them to come here, spend their life savings, and then they have to leave again because it's too expensive to live in Canada and all that. Healthcare that Michael Moore was going on about, yeah, it doesn't really exist quite the same anymore. Turns out when you flood your country with millions of people really quickly, your universal healthcare becomes more like Cuban universal healthcare. Cuba has universal healthcare. Didn't you know that? They just don't have any healthcare. Everybody's got a right to it. They just don't have any. Well, Canada's becoming like that too. Well, what's this here? Hold on a second. Well, first off, there's a couple of Posty Poets adding a lot of stuff here in the chat. I got to go through this. Coke and Hose. Yep, that's Hunter Biden. We see, if somebody just says, you just meet somebody you've never even met before in your life, you just say, hey, Coke and Hose. They'll say, oh, Hunter Biden. Everybody knows. Western Standard does a good, yes, they're also good. News in Canada as well. And Accordia Poets also says, according to CanStats, 29,000 immigrants went missing. Wow, that's the first time hearing of that, actually. I'll have to look that up. Maybe I'll do a video on it for Monday. I'll have to check that out. Where did you say? That's according to CanStats. Okay, I'll have to go through that labyrinth. And I feel like a lot of stuff there is just intentionally hidden. Intentionally hard to find. Because everything that the Trudeau government has done is terrible. But anyway, so Pierre Poilievre has put out this video. It's like I think it's a 5-minute video or something, 4 minutes or something, talking about the housing crisis and how he's going to fix it. And he doesn't mention immigration in it. I mean, he talks about, the devaluing of the Canadian dollar, printing money, all of that, bonds, the whole bond racket and stuff. And interest rates going up because of that. And gatekeepers, in cities preventing. Hold on one second. Posey Poet says some Jamaican had to move back home because of housing shortage, went home and in 7 years bought 2 homes and was here for 20 years and couldn't afford it. Yeah, I actually talked to these Jamaican sisters, and they were from Jamaica and they were moving back. And they said because it was too expensive. They had a higher quality of life in Jamaica than Canada, right? It wasn't just the weather that they preferred. But anyway, so Pierre Poilievre, we talked about the gatekeepers, and the city boards and whatnot, city councils that were preventing, kind of unreasonably preventing people from building new homes and stuff. But the problem is that if we didn't have mass immigration, we wouldn't have this problem because we didn't before, right? We didn't. 20 years ago, young people could still buy a house. They could still afford to buy a house. You didn't have to be wealthy. Like now, you need the minimum for a house in Vancouver is like well over $1 million for a dump. I mean, apartments go for $1 million in Vancouver, right? And this is a recent thing. And it feels like it's on purpose. And it is immigration. It is the supply and demand issue. When you're bringing in 500,000 people a year, you're not going to be able to build enough new houses. And Poilievre knows that. Now, the only time I've heard Poilievre really deal with it in any kind of direct way, he said, well, we should have common sense immigration. Only people that we really need to fill jobs that we really need. Now, is that his intention? I don't know. I do fear we'll get Trudeau light. I do. I'm not black-pilled. I'm white-pilled. I have hope. I have optimism. But I'm also not stupid. So I think it will be necessary possibly to, we're going to have to keep the pressure up. What are they saying here? A video produced by Pierre Poilievre about Canada's housing crisis is going viral on social media, amassing millions of views. But many Canadians noticed something was missing from his 15-minute analysis. Any mention of Trudeau's open borders mass immigration agenda. Last week, Abacus Research published a poll indicating that 69% of Canadians think immigration is negatively impacting the housing crisis, and 62% of immigrants think Trudeau's immigrations are too high. 62% of immigrants, because they're suffering too. It's crazy. It's just like a pyramid scheme to artificially inflate the economy in a way that doesn't actually help anybody, but gives Trudeau and Chrystia Freeland some fake number they can throw out there and say, look, we're doing a great job. Look at my hair and teeth. So 69% of Canadians think immigration is negatively impacting the housing crisis. So why are the Conservatives refusing to talk about mass immigration? Are they afraid of being called racist by their opposition? Bingo. That's got to be part of it. Are they afraid of alienating new immigrant voters? Very possibly. The data year after year has proven that Canadians want a serious conversation about immigration. And they have a video on this here, but we won't watch that because it'll be fairly long. Are they afraid of being called racist by their opposition? Well, like if you've got 69% of Canadians that think immigration is negatively impacting the housing crisis, those are the people that admitted it, right? I don't see the problem here. I mean, the media calls Poilievre, they're constantly insinuating that he's far right or that he's MAGA because they think that Canadians are going to be terrified if they say MAGA. They're obsessed with American politics, and they're obsessed with spinning it to the Canadian people in the most biased way possible, in the most left-wing way possible. And they think they're so cynical, and they think so little of the public that they think that they're going to bring in the word MAGA and say, well, Pierre Poilievre's MAGA. He's doing MAGA in Canada. He just did a MAGA right there. Did you see him doing MAGA? Here's the problem. MAGA sounds pretty good to me. I want the Mi'kmaq. Make Canada great again. Sounds good to me. Sounds a lot better than what Trudeau's been doing, which is destroying the country, making Canada awful forever. I guess that's his policy. That's his slogan, or it should be. Make Canada terrible forever. I'm Justin Trudeau. I want to make Canada terrible forever. So, yeah. So they're going to call and always insinuate, if there's anything they can grasp onto to say that he's racist, absolutely 100%, right? Or a misogynist or whatever. They're constantly suggesting that he's this far right and istophobe, whatever, right? Anyway, they're doing it anyway. So I'm not sure there's really anything to lose here. Just take the plunge. Everybody knows it's real. Everybody knows what's happening. Everybody knows what's up. Everybody knows what the largest single problem in Canada is. Just say it. It will work. In fact, I think he's in danger of losing people by not saying it. I mean, you've got that base of, what does Scott Adams say? 25% of people are just always wrong. They're always wrong about everything. You're always going to have that. You're going to have the 25% true and on, no matter what, right? They're not going to be moved anyway. I mean, their line, everybody has a line where they get to it and they go, now reality, I've run into reality, and now I just have to change my mind because it's so impactful on my life, right? And that's what's happening with the polling. A lot of people that have always voted Liberal, they found their line. Canada's made things so terrible in Canada, they've reached the line and they've said, no, I can't do this anymore. I was wrong. Got to change course. Shit's getting real now. Canada doesn't feel like a wealthy country anymore. But you're going to have that 25% of true and on people who fall asleep at night dreaming of Trudeau. He's divorced now. Maybe he'll even date them. You never know, right? It's crazy. It would be just like a movie. So I don't know. I don't see what the I don't really see the risk there. Are they afraid of alienating new immigrant voters? Well, if they're brand new, they can't vote anyway. But no, I mean, look, 62% of immigrants think the immigration levels are too high. They're also human beings, right? And they can also, they're subject to the same stress as everybody else is. And they're already here, right? So I'm not going to go black pill because he's not being as forthright as I would like on this issue, or really forthright at all. I'm not going to get black-pilled about it, right? I mean, he's a politician. He is a politician, that's true. And he's going to politic. And the media is just waiting for him to say anything about immigration so that they can, because they love it. The more the better. The entire world, or the entire third world at least, right, into Canada immediately. But I just personally don't think that there's any risk. I don't think anybody's listening to the CBC anymore, except for the Truanons. So I don't know. That's all I got to say about that one. What do we got next? Major donor who pulled funding from Harvard over anti-Semitism says university's president was a diversity hire. Well, of course, it's Harvard. What do they expect? I mean, all of these elite institutions are 100% ideologically captured. Everybody knows that. No big surprise there. Would you think that it wasn't? So why would you think that? I mean, these are places where you get kicked out for like microaggressions. Quote, we are shortly going to realize that the DEI era, diversity, equity, and inclusion, or as Gad says, DIE, diversity, inclusion, and equity, era is the McCarthy era part 2. Yeah, it is. Here's hedge fund manager Bill Ackman claimed on Thursday that Harvard only hired President Claudine Gay because of its diversity, equity, and inclusion standards. He said this: I learned from someone with first-person knowledge of the Harvard president search that the committee would not consider a candidate who did not meet the DEI office's criteria. The same was likely true for other elite universities doing searches at the same time, creating an even more limited universe of DEI-eligible presidential candidates. This is all coming on the heels of the issue of at these elite universities where the students are protesting for Palestine, and apparently there is some genocidal chants going on. A lot of people would argue that from the river to the sea, well, that's like all of Israel, right? River to the sea, that's all of Israel. If you look at the Hamas Charter, I've done it on a previous live stream. I've done videos. I don't have a Middle East peace plan here, all right? I'm just saying that right off. But I thought the least I could do was look at the Hamas Charter, their founding document. And it's pretty much all Allahu Akbar. And it is, it says explicitly in it, no political solution, right? It's got stuff about the trees and the rocks saying, oh, Muslim, there's a Jew hiding behind me. Come and you know what? You know, like it's explicitly genocidal, right? So I understand when people like Bill Ackman see stuff that's either, I mean, River to the Sea is arguably genocidal for sure. And there's been other kind of more, I think, even more clear calls. I understand why these people get concerned when they see that. I mean, it wouldn't pass. It certainly wouldn't pass if any conservative person said anything even remotely close to what's being said, right? But it's the, they've got the, they've got their oppressed oppressor narrative, right? And once they determine who's the oppressed, they are absolutely 100% virtuous and good. The oppressor class is 100% bad. And they've decided who's the oppressed, who's the oppressor. This is the standard they apply to everything, right? With no nuance whatsoever. And so the left has decided that they're very much on the Palestinian side. Again, I don't have a Middle East peace plan here. I'm just telling you what I've actually seen. So that's obviously why we're seeing people like Bill Ackman coming out here. He's angry at these elite universities. He's angry at Harvard, shrinking the pool of candidates based on required race, gender, and/or sexual orientation criteria is not the right approach to identifying the best leaders for our most prestigious universities. Now, he's been a big donor, I think, for a long time. And where the fuck was he before? Because this didn't start 15 minutes ago, right? All this stuff didn't start, the DEI stuff didn't start on October 7th. I mean, did they just not notice this shit before? They've been doing all of this, donating, these people have been donating hundreds of millions of dollars. This was all going on before and it was okay. So, anyway, let's keep going here. And it is also not good for those awarded the office of president who find themselves in a role that they would likely not have obtained were it not for a fat finger on the scale. Hold on, we're going to cut back to the chat for a second here. Let's see. Lefebvre says, I agree with you that Pierre should face the immigration problem head on, because the people who won't agree with him are probably always going to vote the brilliant way. But then below it says, not brilliant, liberal, going to vote liberal anyway. Yeah, they are. There's that 25% that's just going to do the stupid thing every time. See, check out from Poet says, check out James Corbett about Hamas if you want some truth. Yeah, I mean, what I've done is I went to their charter, their founding document, and it's explicitly genocidal. You can look it up yourself. It's all over the internet. You can find it. You can read it. It's an ugly document. Let's see. Poet, like sending money to Ukraine. I didn't agree to that. I don't think Canada. Here's what happened. We borrowed money and sent it to Ukraine. That's what happened. And I wasn't for the invasion of Ukraine or anything like that. I just wonder how much more Canada can afford to borrow money and give it to other people so that Trudeau can look good, or supposedly look good, I guess, in his own imagination. All right, and it is not, so let's get back to this Harvard thing. It is also not good for those awarded the office of president to find themselves in a role that they would likely not have obtained were it not for a fat finger on the scale. This has obviously been going on for a long time. Where were these people before then? I have been called brave for my tweets over the last few weeks. The same could be said for those who called out Joseph McCarthy during the Red Scare. I don't think it will be long before we look back on the last few years of free speech suppression and the repeated career-ending accusations of racist for those who question the DEI movement. We are all shortly going to realize that the DEI era is the McCarthy era part 2. History rhymes, but it does not repeat. Now, has this Ackman, has he been vocal about this before October 7th happened? I don't think so. I think he's one of the guys who was kind of shocked by what he saw. This has been obvious to anybody who's been paying attention, what's been happening in the universities and what the administrations had become. Let's go back. Here's this. The presidents of Harvard, MIT, and Penn were all asked the following questions under oath at today's congressional hearings on anti-Semitism. Does calling for the genocide of Jews violate your university's code of conduct or rules regarding bullying or harassment? Yeah, she was like, well, it depends on the context. I'm not at all surprised by the responses from them. These aren't, you wouldn't think these would be moral people because they're obvious. They are leaders of ideologically captured institutions. Of course they're going to be idiots. Of course they're going to be more concerned Of course, they're going to meet political correctness requirements above all else. That's all that matters in woke world. He wrote on X, in short, they said it depends on the context and whether the speech turns into conduct, that is, actually killing Jews, quoting the words the presidents had used at the hearing. These are the people who kick you out for the wrong pronoun or a microaggression. I mean, it's really incredible, isn't it? I mean, it's an incredible example of the hypocrisy. It's not even hypocrisy. I mean, they believe that their ideas are just right. They're just inherently right. Okay? They don't believe in objective truth, right? These are the people who tell you that 2 + 2 can equal 5. So they don't actually see anything wrong with it. You know, and free speech is for them, not for you. They think that everybody who disagrees with them is fundamentally evil, and it's by any means necessary. And most of all, they're incompetent. They have to be, right? To fully cloak yourself with this completely incoherent gibberish that we hear from the woke, you have to be kind of incompetent or like a psychopath, right? Hope I'm not putting it too strongly there. I don't know if you can put it strongly enough, actually. He added, quote, this could be the most extraordinary testimony ever elicited in the Congress, certainly on the topic of genocide, which, to remind us all, is the deliberate killing of a large number of people from a particular nation or ethnic group with the aim to destroy that nation or group. That is certainly Hamas. I mean, you can read it in their own documents. I mean, the leader was just out a couple of weeks ago saying, yeah, there's no political solution. We're going to attack again and again and again. On October 7th, again and again and again, right? We all heard that. Like, we're not woke. We don't have to pretend that we didn't hear that. Or we don't have to reinterpret it, right, to make it fit our ideology. Let's see. Lefebvre says, Thomas Sowell has been talking about the folly of affirmative action for many years. Yes, and he's right. He's right. When you have institutions like, and I think one of Sowell's points is, correct me if I'm wrong here, one of Sowell's points is that when you have institutions like Harvard, like it's not the poor kid from the hood who's going, right? Like the kids who go to Harvard are the children. If it's diversity, if it's an affirmative action, it's children of wealthy black families, right? Who are going to do well anyway. They actually didn't need the leg up, right? They already had it. So it doesn't actually do anything. There's no it doesn't afford any class mobility. Not at places like Harvard, right? Because the people that are going there were always going to go there anyway. And if they had if their grades were too low to get in, even with affirmative action, right? If affirmative action, sorry, it's getting late over here, past 1 o'clock in the morning. If affirmative action was going to help them, they weren't the people that really needed help anyway, because they're not coming from, they're not coming from poor families anyway, right? That's my point. I'm going to try and be more articulate from here on out. Just try and hang in there with me. We're going on an hour and 45 minutes. What do you guys think a good length for a live stream is? The last 2 weeks I've done almost 4.5 hours each week. What do you guys like? What's a good amount of time for you guys? And I guess my main point too is for, this Bill Ackman and others. these people, these donors are pulling away hundreds of millions of dollars from Harvard, and I encourage them to. I think that no alum should give money to any of these universities, and no public money should be given to anywhere. Um, but my question is, where were these guys before? Because it's not been a big secret. I mean, Jonathan Haidt has been talking about this for years and years now, right? He's been talking about it for like 10 years. And others like James Lindsay. You had the Sokol Squared hoax where they wrote the papers and sent them off to peer review papers. Things like articles like about the conceptual penis and what was the one about rape in dog parks and stuff? Like patriarchy and rape in dog park culture and stuff, and sending these off to be peer reviewed in magazines, and they were accepted. And it's just an obvious exposure that all this critical theory stuff is total nonsense. Hold on. Poet says, whatever the length will be dictated by the subjects covered. No. Yeah. I mean, I could just pick less subjects as the only thing, but I don't know. I think what I'm going to do is I'm just going to keep going until I can't talk anymore. That seems to be working so far. And you know what's interesting is that these these live streams tend to get about, on Rumble, they tend to end up with about, I think a few weeks ago, ended up with about 1,500 views. Not all at once, but, after a week or so. They seem to be ending up at like about 1,000 average. On YouTube, it's like, literally, if it gets to 100 views, that's great. Because YouTube, right? YouTube suppression. But BitChute, the replay, it didn't go live onto BitChute. And I've been publishing onto BitChute for like 4 years now. And it's just a much smaller group of users. But, people that watch my videos there too. And sometimes it's more than I get on YouTube. But the last week's live stream, the replay of that is published afterwards on BitChute. And it's got like 5,000 views there, which is great. So if anybody from BitChute is listening to the replay of this later, thank you. That's awesome. It's pretty good, I don't know how many this one's going to get in all the other platforms. Sometimes things just take off. I don't know. Probably about 1,000 on Rumble and, not that many on YouTube. But what was I ranting about? Let's see. Lefebvre says, this is my first time tuning in, and I'm really enjoying the show. Well, thank you very much. I'm enjoying it, too. I'm going to crash pretty quick, though. I look forward to next time. Thanks. Well, thanks for stopping in, and thanks for being in the comments. The comments make it way more fun for me. I really, really appreciate that. It gives me energy to keep going. Because otherwise, I kind of feel like, even if I can see there's people watching, it feels like I'm talking to myself sometimes. So I love the comments. Thanks for stopping in. Hopefully we'll see you in the chat next time. Good night. Yeah, it is getting late, so, I don't blame you. I think I get a lot of people in on the East Coast. So if I'm going till 4 o'clock in the morning, at 3 o'clock East Coast, that's like 6 a.m. And I start to get people on the East Coast tuning in. And then plus overseas, I don't get people in England, like London. They're 8 hours ahead, and they're turning me on in the morning, which seems to be why I've got more viewers at like 3.5 hours or 4 hours in than I do for like the first couple hours usually. Seems like it's doing okay tonight, though. But during the first couple of hours. So anyway, yeah. So let's wrap up. To wrap up this one, this story, everybody's a retard. Everybody's wrong except for me. What do we got here? Poet says, is your channel name on BitChute Radio? Yeah, it's same thing on BitChute, Radio Baloney. Yeah, you can find me there. Black woman arrested for attempting to burn down birthplace of MLK Jr. Now, if they hadn't caught her, the media would have gone absolutely bonkers on this. This is like a dream come true for the media, right? They're always looking for something. No stone is too small. There's no ism or ist or phobia that's too small that it's not important enough for them to uncover it and make a giant deal out of. This is like a dream come true for them. Even though the modern left just is obviously completely opposed to the basis of Martin Luther King's kind of moral philosophy, which is you should judge people on the content of their character. That is now, by the liberal left, that's considered racism now. It's now considered racism not to judge somebody on their immutable characteristics, which I have to say, I never thought I would live to see the day that we would see something this idiotic and just immoral. And I was brought up with you judge somebody on the content of their character. That's always made sense to me, and that seems to me to be the only ethical, decent way to treat another human being. Not that there's not group differences and cultural differences, of course, right? But to say that you can just look at a stranger on the street, point to them and say, I know everything I need to know about that person. Or that person definitely shares some collective guilt for something that has never affected me or them, but I just know this is an immoral way of treating people, right? It's definitely a good way to get people to hate each other. Force people into identity groups as just faceless blob, parts of this faceless identity blob, and then pit these groups against each other. Isn't that really just like most of the horrors of history, right? I don't know why this is being pushed on us. Poet says, judge them about their actions. Yes, that's what I've always done. Seems to work pretty good. You don't end up, missing out on people that are worth knowing that way. Or, having to deal with awful people that way either. You can make intelligent choices, I guess. So if this had been just like a white man doing this, the media would have just had a giant fucking orgy of freakouts. It's like it would be like a dream come true for them, but that's not what happened. So and because of that, you won't hear about it because that's the way it works. Of no interest. On Thursday afternoon, 2 tourists from Utah called police to report a black woman who was pouring gasoline on the porch of the Atlanta home where Martin Luther King Jr. was born on January 15th, 1929. And woman charged with pouring gasoline trying to burn down Martin Luther King Jr.'s Atlanta birth home. And it seems like she had some mental issues. The suspect, 26-year-old Lanisha Henderson, was arrested by Atlanta police and is being held at the Grady Detention Center for psychological evaluation. M. Night Shyamalan plot twist. I don't know if I'd go that far. What comes to mind is race hoax. Because there's been a lot of those. Right? There was the church that had the swastikas or something painted on the side. It turned out it was the organist from the church who was black who did it. We've seen a lot of these. There was several incidents of girls claiming that their hijabs were pulled off, and it just wasn't the case. There's a lot, because the reason there is because they're effective, because there's always a rush to immediately believe it, right? Newsweek attempted to come up with a motive for the bizarre incident, noting that Henderson is from Brandon, Florida, and does not appear to have any political affiliations. WSB-TV says they reached Henderson's father, who told them his daughter is a veteran who was going through a mental health episode and that her family had been looking for her the past 2 days. The two Utah tourists, both men, were visiting the historic landmark when they say Henderson pouring what they thought was water on the bushes. When she didn't respond and they realized it was gasoline, they restrained her. They saw no other person but to try and apprehend her. Along with the help of other bystanders in the area, they tried to get her detained. While trying to stop her, Henderson allegedly was trying to spark a lighter to ignite the gas on the property and bushes. So while they were trying to restrain her, she's really wanted to burn down that house. Bystanders took the lighter away from her and waited for authorities to arrive. When Henderson was detained, she was wearing black socks and no shoes. So something's going on there, maybe drugs, maybe just straight up mental health issues, right? So I don't know exactly what was happening there. All I know is that if it had been a white guy doing it, none of those circumstances would matter. It's white supremacy is the greatest threat to the world, blah, 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 and a bunch of other bullshit. Basically the magic spell, right? The magic spells that's supposed to make everybody just sit down and shut up and take it. Okay. So let's get to the next one. So now we're almost 2 hours in. So now, yeah, we're definitely getting to the second half of this thing. Here's the weird news section from the Toronto Sun. Woman sentenced to fast food job after hurling Chipotle bowl at worker. And again, is this kind of like this is like a sitcom plot, right? Like, woman sentenced to fast food job after hurling Chipotle bowl at a worker. That's like a sitcom from like the 80s where like you have to be somebody's butler or something, right? Sentenced to be somebody's butler. Like, can you really even do that? Sentence somebody to do I don't know. I mean, it's fun and I like it, but Emily Russell was a store manager at an Ohio Chipotle when an irate customer hurled a chicken burrito bowl at her face. Now a judge has sentenced the customer to work at a fast food job to avoid further jail time. Honestly, I feel like if a judge can order somebody to do a job as punishment, it should have to be butler. Or maybe maid. Sexy maid, say. I don't know. Depends on the person. Rosemary Hain, 39, was found guilty of 1 count of assault on November 28 after admitting to throwing the burrito bowl at Russell in September. So here's the judge. This is not Real Housewives of Parma. This behavior is not acceptable. Judge Timothy Gilligan, like, okay, we're getting on the sitcom meme here. This is starting to feel like the simulation here. Talking about sitcoms, Gilligan's Island. I don't know. The place is called Parma. I don't know what's going on here. This behavior is not acceptable. It's not. You didn't get your burrito bowl the way you like it, and this is how you respond. By throwing it. Don't do that. Hain's behavior went viral, blah, 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 screaming at Russell, then grabbing her food and throwing it directly in Russell's face. So, so that's Russell here. Hold on a second. Let's see if we can get a picture here. So, that's Russell. And, now that I see her, I kind of feel like she deserved it. I can't help it. I kind of want to throw a burrito at her. The judge presented her with an opportunity to cut her sentence by 60 days in exchange for consenting to work 20 hours per week at a fast food restaurant for 2 months. Hain agreed. In the courtroom, Russell, the victim, told the judge the past 2 months have been the worst of her life. She says she deals with the trauma of the incident daily. Oh, God damn it. Really? Do you have to do that? You won. Do you have to pull that shit? So somebody threw a burrito bowl at you, and now it's the worst days of your life, the worst months of your life. Every single day she has to deal with the trauma. She's got PTSD. She's constantly seeing burritos flying at her head. She can't sleep at night. What if there's a burrito under the bed or a burrito hiding in the closet? I mean, I'm guessing straight up, she can't be around burritos at all. Does she? I mean, she can't be working at the burrito restaurant. Obviously, that's too traumatic. Somebody threw a burrito bowl at her head months ago. How can you possibly get past that? See, and that's her there. Now, I want to throw a burrito bowl at her. I think she absolutely deserved it. And I think that the person who did that should actually get her wages for 2 months. That's what I say. I'm not in favor of this shit. The past 2 months have been the worst of her life. And she said she deals with the trauma of the incident daily. The trauma of having a burrito bowl thrown at you. I tell you, I mean, I don't think people were like this back when we were hunter-gatherers. You wouldn't live very long. In fact, if you went in a time machine and threw a burrito at somebody back then, they'd probably be really happy. They'd worship you like a god because it was hard to get food, you know? And that's another way to look at it. So is she lying or is she really that weak? Let's see. Dead Sea Monster says, I want to see that movie, Burritos Under the Bed. Yeah, we need to see some horror movies about that. Some blood-sucking burritos or something. I don't know. Day of the Living, Night of the Living Burrito or something. I don't know. Anyway, I just think this person's lying. Because you can't be that weak. You can't be that weak. That you daily trauma from having a burrito thrown at you, or a burrito bowl or whatever. Something Chipotle. She told the Washington Post that she was protecting a 17-year-old employee. So she's a hero who was getting yelled at by Hain. She made her order twice and included extra protein and other ingredients to appease Hain. Hain left with her food, but returned a few minutes later. She started screaming at me. The next thing I knew, she threw food at my face. I was so embarrassed and in shock. She said the food was 200 degrees because she had made it and left her face burning red. I couldn't believe my customers had to witness that. I know they all must be traumatized. I bet you they can't sleep at night ever since. I don't know. I mean, everybody's awful in this. I guess this is one of those stories where just everybody's terrible. You know? There's no heroes in this story of the Chipotle bowl. All right. Shall we move on? Woker than woke. Black female Santa slammed by Belgian critics. Why does Belgium need a black female Santa Claus? I find this interesting. So I guess that was going to be the black female Santa in Belgium for some reason. Because I guess Belgium's too Belgian, I guess. A city in Belgium has crushed the woke dreams of many after it canceled an event that was to feature a black female Santa Claus. Queen Nicola was intended to be an African alternative to Santa Claus, the Belgian Santa Claus. And the plan was for the character to set up at Ghent City Hall and hand out presents to children. Well, that sounds very nice. I'm sure the kids would be very, very happy by that. Maybe a little bit confused. What happened to Santa Claus? Santa Claus is a tranny, is what they would assume, I think, because they're taught all about that in schools now, right? It's kindergarten. Queen Nicola was created by artist Laura Va, who called for Belgium to be liberated from colonial ideology. Okay. So the Belgians are the indigenous people of Belgium. How do you decolonize Belgium from the Belgians? Like, it's the people that are moving to Belgium now who aren't Belgian. They're the people that are actually colonizing, but that doesn't seem to be what they mean. Like, how crazy does the world have to get? Belgium needs to be liberated from colonial ideology in Belgium. That sounds a bit retarded to me. But that's not where it stops. It says, not only is Belgium to be liberated from colonial ideology, they also planned for the Santa substitute to be wearing the colors of the Palestinian flag, because it's Christmas after all, to raise awareness of the conflict in Gaza between Hamas and Israel, because that's what Christmas is all about, especially in Belgium, I assume. So already the switch from Santa Claus to black female Santa, it's already a stretch, right? And it's not, my understanding is that's not traditional for Belgium, right? The traditional Santa Claus for Belgium is not a black woman. I don't know why that is. I guess it's just the way things worked out. But that's not enough. Excuse me. That's not enough. Also, it's got to have the Palestinian flag to raise the awareness of the conflict in Gaza between Hamas and Israel. That's right. So the black female Santa with the Palestinian flag, who's trying to use Christmas to teach them about Hamas and Israel, going to hand out presents. Will there be some, like, I don't know, protocols of the Elders of Zion coloring books for the kids, perhaps? I don't know. I kind of feel like, considering they're going to have the Palestinian flag, they're going to be on the Palestinian side of the whole thing. And, of course, the best propaganda is propaganda for children. Okay, it's surreal. This is alternate universe stuff again. Let's just recap that, okay? Queen Nicola is going to be the black female Santa Claus for Belgium with a Palestinian flag who's going to teach children about Hamas. It feels like a stretch to me. The mayor of Ghent said he felt the heat from local politicians and canceled the event, which more than 300 children were planning to attend. Quote, "There is nothing wrong with Santa Claus, and we know him," Matthias de Klerk said, according to the publication. So it turned out there was nothing wrong with Santa Claus after all. We shouldn't try to turn him into something else. Yes, so they shouldn't have tried to turn the Belgian Santa Claus into Queen Nicola, the black Hamas supporter. You know what? The kids probably could have told him that. Does it ever feel like children are more intelligent than these woke lunatics? The character of Queen Nicola, created in 2017, is described as a mythological winter creature and a radical presence. Of course, radical presence. It's always about the revolution. On social media, was created to provide children with a new tradition of Christmas tales about Santa Claus. What if nobody fucking wants them? What if nobody wants your goddamn stupid far left commie Christmas tales? I mean, it sounds like people didn't want them. And once they found out that's what they were getting, they said, no, fuck off. People see Queen Nicola as a threat, the many-lettered name said, but if I didn't like this tradition, I wouldn't have picked it up. Maybe it's not entirely about you. Did somebody tell you that everything is about you? Did somebody tell you that you are the center of the universe and nobody else matters? Did anybody tell you that? Probably a bunch of people at some university. But they were wrong. Hell, they were wrong. She continued, it's also a desire to be part of it, but nobody fucking wants it. If you give away, I don't know, at Halloween, if you give away cabbage cookies, right? Kids aren't going to want it, right? It doesn't matter how much you like it. Okay? Nobody's going to want it. She explained it came from a need from the community, not only people of color, but I think also white allies who needed an alternative to deconstruct the colonial myth about Santa Claus. Just shut up. You know what? It's good that they're doing this, because the more they do this, the more people realize these people are lunatics. Their ideology is completely incoherent. They don't make any sense. This just seems like pure narcissism with a dose of actual real racism to it, like the real kind. Not asking somebody where they're from, right? Not bird names, but actual genuine racism. Joe, that rant felt pretty good. I'm actually grateful now to black female Hamas supporting Santa Claus for letting me get that off my chest. Thank you. All right. That's it. Poesy Poet is saying, you have a good one. RB, catch you next stream. Keep up the good work. What you're doing is important for sanity. For my sanity, most of all. Thanks for being you. Hey, thank you for being you. Thanks for coming in and being a part of the chat. I very much appreciate that. Doesn't seem to be, I don't think it's showing up on the live stream screen, at least not on my OBS thing here. The chat, that's a shame. But yeah, there's been lots of chat on the YouTube side tonight, which is awesome. And you have a good night. And hopefully we'll see. Well, not next week, because next week I'm going to be off Friday night, but I should be back the following Friday night. So again, thanks. Have a great night. And we'll keep on with the live stream for, I don't know how much longer. We've been going for 2 hours, 15 minutes. We probably got another hour, maybe 2. Let's see. So now we're at the part of the show. Now we are at the part of the show where we do the memes. And also, I think in this part, we're going to get to some videos. I like it when I play the videos because then I can get nicotine into my body, which is helpful, especially if I'm going to be doing a live stream till maybe 4 o'clock in the morning. Who knows? Declaration of memes. What's 2 plus 2? And there's the teacher with the hug me, I'm gay, crying, say, on the blackboard, all kinds of the rainbow stuff, and then penis, vaginas, boobs, and stuff. What's 2 plus 2? I think we all know the answer to that. It's 5, right? They're still trying to convince everybody that 2 plus 2 can equal 5. Let me give you this long bullshit thing that doesn't mean anything. My answer is, if you've got 4 objects, right? So if you've got 2 objects and then you have And it could be any objects, right? Just things. You got 2 things, and you add 2 more things. You've got 4 things. That is universal. That is forever. That will never change. That's just what it is. I mean, that is, it's hardwired into our brains to know that, right? That's why, how many fingers am I holding up in 1984 is so effective, right? Because it's something that we all know. It's unchangeable. The fact that they try and convince us otherwise is, in some ways, it's kind of terrifying, because it shows, that gives us a glimpse into that horrifying world of 1984, something like that, some dystopian future where reality really doesn't matter. And we don't even have to imagine it, because we could just read about the Soviet Union or China, the Cultural Revolution, right? The Red Guard. We don't have to imagine this world, right? We could just read about actual humans living through a world like this. All right. Declaration of memes again. Dad, if socialism doesn't work, why do some people still support it? Because they don't work either, son. That's a good one. Let's see. Cult leader Charles Manson, when asked, "Who are you?" Now, I think he finally died. He died. He finally died. Of course he did. He must have. He was a bad guy. You can't really see. He's got the swastika carved into his forehead there. But he's being asked here, "Who are you?" So let's go to the beginning of this and let's find out.
People look at you today, 20 years later, and they still have no idea what you're about. Tell me in a sentence who you are.
I'm going to say gender studies professor. Yep, definitely gender studies professor.
Nobody. I'm nobody. I'm a tramp, a bum, a hobo. I'm a boxcar and a jug of wine. And a straight razor if you get too close to me.
People look at you today, 20...
So he's a creepy guy. But I think there's creepier people teaching at universities now, or actually even elementary schools. That's apparently, I think this is normal now. This has somehow become normal. Let's see, on Rumble, we've got News Justin says Manson was either CIA or MK Ultra. Yeah, maybe. Possibly, yeah. Well, he did want to start a race war, and that's the sort of thing that the CIA would kind of be into, right? Yeah, there's a lot of, I'm sure we just have kind of the tip of the iceberg of all the sketchy stuff that happened. Where are we at next? James Lindsay. He says, I want to make you aware there's a communist revolution going on in the West based off Maoism with the goal of setting up a global Chinese-style, Dengist, equity-based distribution model running on social credit. And here's an article, and it says, Does capitalism need some Marxism to survive the fourth industrial revolution? I'm becoming more and more convinced that what's going on is that there's been eyes on China and the increasingly totalitarian government there. And they look at it and they say, well, you've got this kind of nominally communist country, but it's got capitalism with Chinese characteristics, as they say. And it's got this giant security state and surveillance state with social credit scores. And I think they look at that with envy. I mean, certainly, look, I don't think it's even that well hidden. Justin Trudeau said in 2015 that he admired the basic dictatorship in China. He said it in public. He's on camera saying it. I've had it in my videos a million times. I think that when world leaders get together and at like Davos, say, with Klaus Schwab, who's very proud of them all, by the way. He says that also in public. He's very proud of how they've infiltrated cabinets around the world, especially the Canadian, the Trudeau government, by the way. And I think they turn with an envious eye to the Chinese system. I think they like the way it works. You've still got capitalism, but it's capitalism with Chinese characteristics. You know, what does that mean? That means that there's a Chinese Communist Party office in every company. I think with over 100 people, or maybe it's 50 people, you have to have a special office. You have to have a special office for the Communist Party. So what does that mean? That means obviously control. That means not necessarily collaboration between the government and the businesses, but it means that the businesses know they're being watched, right? And they've got to get the okay on, the government has to know everything they're doing and be able to, you know, step in if they don't like what's happening, or if they've got suggestions that they think will be in the Chinese government's interest. So I'm becoming more and more, I'm thinking that's more and more likely what's really going on here. That model, that Chinese model, is seen as the model for the world. And I don't know, what do you guys think? I mean, there's something going on. You know, the people that are leading us don't seem to be very interested in, when they talk about democracy, they don't really seem to be very interested in it. Actually, they don't seem to be interested in people determining their own destinies, right? Maybe it's democracy with Chinese characteristics is what's going on. I think if you said that, I think a lot of Canadians would believe that. Oh yeah, we looked at this at the beginning. Elon, okay, Alex, I'll reinstate you. Okay, Alex, I'll reinstate you if you promise to take it easy with the conspiracy theories, okay? Alex Jones? He's not gonna take it easy with the conspiracy theories. Look, he looks like he's dying to spout a conspiracy theory in that picture. The thing is that most of his conspiracy theories seem to come true. And again, as I said at the beginning, when we looked at this earlier, a couple hours ago, just if you look at the broader picture of the world that he's been painting for decades now, it's been pretty accurate. If you look at like surveillance state, you know, there are literally communists everywhere now. In government. You know, the perpetual war, the constant calls for war, the authoritarianism, all of it, it's all here in levels that probably even surprise him. Globalism, the WEF. I mean, he was right directionally about where things have been going. Nobody can deny that. I hope he gets, I think he will. I mean, they're gonna have a poll. Elon's gonna have a poll to see if people want him back on. And of course, people are gonna want him back on again. Who wouldn't? Who wouldn't? Like, if you're a leftist, you should want Alex Jones on because it will give you endless material. They get clicks, right? And plus, he's pretty damn funny. I mean, I always liked him as an entertainer. Well, here's something interesting. Let's take a look at this. I think this is Biden being articulate.
Over $1,300,000,000,300,000,000,000 $300,000,000,000. Over $1,300,000,000,000,000,300,000,000,000,000. Over $1,300,000,000,300,000,000. Over $1,300,000,000,000,300,000,000.
I don't think that's the right number. Wrong, I think. $1,300,000,000,300,000,000. I'd like that much. I'm not really sure how much that is, but I know I would want that much. I would even take just like 1,200,000,000,000,000,000,100,000,000 of that. I wouldn't even need it all. I wonder sometimes if his brain works. I don't think it does. I guess as well, because my theory is that he is you don't really see him that much. And I think most of the time he's in a cryogenic chamber, frozen, preserved, right? Until the next time they have to drag him out again. And then obviously there's probably a hard transition period from being cryogenically frozen to then waking up and being functional. So it's probably a lot of that, what kind of drugs, I guess amphetamines, and I guess Hunter probably, I don't know how much cocaine he takes in to the White House for Joe. It's probably a lot, although by the time Joe gets it, probably Hunter's used a lot of it too. So I don't know, some mixture of that, and that'll rot your brain pretty good. Especially when you're, what is he now, 82 or something? I don't know. Anyway, he's kind of, he doesn't make a lot of sense. I'll say that much. Would he normally be like in a home by now? Like if he wasn't president, would he be in a home? I think a lot of families probably would have put him in a home. It's all very sad, really. I would say that it's elder abuse, except he's so fucking evil, right? I mean, there's one thing that a man who would ignore his own grandchild, this little girl, right, wouldn't let her use the family name, would have nothing to do with her, is so heartless. Why? Is it just for political reasons? Or is it just because he genuinely is just a cold, heartless person? Either way, you've got to be pretty heartless. I don't think a good man, that's a test of a man. If you fail that test, you're a bad person. You are. Everything else aside, all the corruption, everything else aside, that's kind of a basic test of a human being, right? And if you fail that test, you are a bad person. That's just my opinion. Anyway, you guys tell me what you think. Now, here's something that's kind of a breath of fresh air. Okay. Pierre Poilievre, leader of the Conservative Party in Canada. So there have been dozens of churches burnt down in Canada. Dozens over the last few years, right? There was the big unmarked graves at the residential schools thing, which have turned out to be, it looks like hoaxes, because where they have actually done some digs, they didn't find anything. So not one. In not one case, right? So there is actually no evidence of any of these unmarked graves. It looks like none of it was true. Media ran away with it, of course. Trudeau ran away with it, of course. Kneeled on the grass somewhere and pretended to look emotional, right? Because that's how it goes in Canada. They just believe it. If it's the narrative, it doesn't really matter if it's true or not, because it's just directionally right. That's the way that they see it. You put the country through all of that and they don't care because it's part of their narrative. Even if it's not true, it's true because, well, colonialism or something. So now another couple of churches have been burned down. And Pierre Poilievre is saying, these are absolutely despicable acts on the Christian community. Police must find and arrest the criminals responsible for setting fire to these two churches. He's saying this because dozens of churches have been burned down and nobody's done anything. Trudeau doesn't talk about it. There's no talk about far left, anti-Christian phobic people, right? There's no Christianity phobia panics in the press. They don't care. They're fine with it. They like it. They see it as this justifiable payback. This is justifiable revenge, right? These are the people who do land acknowledgement statements every 3 minutes. They do a land acknowledgement every time they go to the toilet. So they're not concerned. Media's not concerned. Of course, liberal politicians are not any of, the NDP or the Liberal Party. And not again, I always just keep repeating, Liberal Party is not liberal. It's a liberal, right? There's no more liberals left in Canada. Very few of them left. Your old burnout art school teacher from the 80s, there's not many of those left anymore. The people who believe in free speech, that sort of thing, or judging people on the content of their character. Used to be a liberal thing. Now, apparently, it's far right. Excuse me again. That's better. A little sip. All right. So it's refreshing. He's a national leader, Pierre Poilievre, leader of the Conservative Party. It's about time we heard something like this from a politician. And Pierre he's not like every other conservative politician, every other leader. Like the last, Aaron O'Toole, the last leader who lost to Trudeau in 21. Yeah, he was just Trudeau light. He wouldn't have made a statement like this. He would have been too careful, too conscious of the media, trying to play to the media. Media is always going to hate the Conservative Party in Canada. No point playing to them. So this is the right tack. Yes, it is despicable, and it needs to be talked about. It's not okay. I've been doing some good rants tonight. Enjoying it. Do you guys like the rants? Do you want more rants or less rants? Tell me in the comments. I think sometimes as the night goes on, it's 2 o'clock now. And I've been going for 2.5 hours. I think sometimes it helps me with the rants as it gets later. Alpha Fox says, guess the hair color. So what have we got on here? So we've got Jesus had 2 dads and F Putin, fuck Putin, and then lock him up with Trump, and then he's a village idiot, apparently. I love these people who, I don't know, I'm just taking a look at this. I'm going to guess that this person is less successful than Donald Trump. I'm going to guess this person is not a billionaire businessman, best-selling author, a guy who had top-rated show on television, and became president of the United States. You think when they're putting the sticker on village idiot, that maybe they'd have just a moment of just kind of self-doubt, go, oh, I'm not so hot myself. Maybe I won't put this on my car. Let's see. Against abortion, have a vasectomy. Probably fully for vaccine mandates. I'm sure. Can we read anything else on there? Not really. So it says, guess the hair color. Now, are we talking armpit hair? Because if we're talking armpit hair, we're purple or green, I would say. And purple or green, pink hair on the top of the head. And the rest, I'm not even going to go there. I just know there's going to be a lot of it. Like 70s porn a lot. But even more. It's fun making fun of those people. I enjoy it. Let's see. Trust the science. Then you have a male hip and then male and female. They're different. And then not that science. Yes, it's always that way, isn't it? Always that way. They don't like... See, trust the science. It infuriates me now to think back, talking to people who said, I trust the science. Going back to like 2021. I'm following the science. Well, I trust the science. You're not following the science. You're following what was put into a teleprompter for an idiot on TV. That's what you're following. You're not following the science, okay? There were some words put into a teleprompter for somebody to read to you on TV. That's what you're following, right? They looked about for experts that agreed with the narrative that was being pushed by the government, right? And then if you agreed with that, you got on to give your expertise. That's what happened. Nobody was following the science. They were following the narrative. There are many people who still haven't figured that out yet. It just so happens that every real scientist or experts all agrees on the same thing. I mean, that never happens with anything else, but on this thing, yeah. And it's not like it was this simple thing, right? It wasn't 2 + 2 = 4, right? And not that they couldn't get, if they wanted, they could have a big debate on 2 + 2 = 5, and have every expert on would be saying, yes, 2 + 2 = 5, right? They could absolutely do that. How many people would believe it? Probably 25%. They just go, I'm following the science. This one's funny. Do you remember Temple of the Dog? It was Eddie Vedder from Pearl Jam and Chris Cornell from Soundgarden, and then some other guys from that early 90s grunge scene. They had that song going, I'm going hungry, yeah. It was going hungry. And there's Karl Marx saying, stop appropriating my culture. Stop appropriating my culture. That's right. Because communists go hungry. Remember when Bernie was like, bread lines are a good thing? It's like, really? It means that there's bread. Really? But the people really want to stand in line for 12 hours and then get to the end of the line and there's no bread and they have to go home and repeat the whole thing again tomorrow. No. You know what's a good thing is that you go to the grocery store and there's lots of different kinds of bread and you can just buy it and then leave. That's good. That's a good thing. Son of a Bench says, might this be the ending of Justin Trudeau as Prime Minister? Let's take a look at the whole thing here. There are rumors, yes, rumors presently, that Trudeau might step down during or just after the parliamentary Christmas break. Deficit budgets, decreasing polling numbers, carbon tax, Ukraine support, gender ideology. Yes, all things that we all hate. Again, I think he's too arrogant. Let's see what people are saying. I wish I believed this, but I do not. I doubt it. He is far too arrogant and self-loathing to do that. Would be nice, though. I hope that is true. Somehow that would be a dream come true, but he won't. Yeah, I don't think that he will either. We should go through some of the comments on these earlier ones we looked at as well. I think we'll do that. Let me check the chat here. Let's see. Russell saying, hey, from Cape Breton, Nova Scotia. Hey, how you doing? So it must be like 5 o'clock in the morning there. Oh, thanks for tuning in. We have to stop the immigration insanity. Yeah, we do. I mean, it has to stop. It's a supply and demand issue. It's not just with the housing market. It's healthcare. It's everything. This is contributing to inflation massively. Our infrastructure simply can't handle it. And you know what's maddening? They've been telling us now for a couple of decades, we have to bring people in for the economy. The economy will collapse and everything will be terrible if we don't keep jamming people into Canada, right? I mean, it's really gone crazy under Justin Trudeau, but immigration levels had been going up even under Harper, right? We've been told we need this. It has to, otherwise everything will be terrible. Everything has gotten worse. When is this supposed to work? Is it supposed to start working in 5 years or 10 years or 50? Like when exactly? Because things have just gotten steadily worse. Everything is worse than like 20 years ago. Everything. Like, where is all this stuff that we were promised with this mass immigration? All these improvements, it was going to save everything. The country was due. Everything is fucking worse. We're supposed to keep believing it. It's just magical thinking at this point. Clearly, it's not making things better. Clearly, we don't need it. Clearly, it's too much. They just keep saying this lie over and over and over again. It's our strength. What fucking strength? Everything is worse. It's not only worse for the people who've been here for their whole lives, it's also worse for the people that are moving here. That's why a third of them leave before they've been here for 5 years. Because they say it fucking sucks. And they're right. Oh, I think I earned some nicotine with that rant. But, I mean, is anybody else with me here on this? They've been selling us this lie that we need all this immigration or else everything's going to fall apart and collapse. Yet everything gets worse continually. Like I know that's how they feel in European countries. It seems like a lot of people feel that way in the United States. I mean, you know, Geert Wilders didn't just get elected in the Netherlands for nothing. Immigration, I think, was the leading thing. The British people have been totally betrayed since then, but Brexit, immigration was the major issue there. And I think it's quite tragic how they've been betrayed by the Conservative Party there. Think about how maddening that must be. You know, they're the ones that are supposed to deal with this, the ones who are supposed to care about this, right? You know, think about how maddening that must be for the British people. I feel terrible for them. You know, totally betrayed by that party. And so what's your alternative? You know, labor? Yikes. Although, you know, it looks like the Conservative Party is going to really crash in the UK. And I've heard some talk about maybe Farage taking control of it. I think that would be a good thing. Nigel Farage. I'm a fan of his. Anyway, been ranting. Let's see what the people said about this Alex Jones meme, which I find really funny. I guess nothing really. All right, well, what are they saying about Biden? Let's take a look at the comments on this one. That's a lot. So this is the, let's play it again.
$300 million. Over $1,300,000,000,300,000,000,000. Over $1,300,000,000,000,300,000,000.
Just to repeat that, just to make it clear for you, he's talking about over $1,300,000,000,300,000,000, which, I mean, I don't know. That sounds like a lot. If he'd said over $1,300,000,000,200,000,000, that I could believe. But I mean, is that how the numbers are supposed to be structured? Really, $1,300,000,000,000,000,000,300. Am I confused or is he confused? That's the question. That's a lot. Gazillion billion dollars. Anyway, he seems like he's not very with it. I guess we'll just have to say that. And the trend continues. 0 days without being a national embarrassment. That's how much Hunter spent on crack and hookers. Yeah, I mean, how many hookers did Hunter have? Is it a billion, 300,000,000,000, trillion, 300,000,000 hookers? Probably close to that. It was a lot. Let's keep going. This is funny. This is not political. This is just a Lego playset. Let's fuck up your feet playset. There is nothing that hurts a foot more than stepping on a Lego piece. Red Pill Road says that's how much money he intends to tax America this month. That would be it. Let's go one more time. Let's hear it from Joe again. How much are you going to tax the American people this month?
Over $1,300,000,300 million.
That's a lot. That's too much. It's way too much. But yeah, nothing quite hurts your foot quite as much like one of those Lego pieces. It's like they're specially designed for that. Let's fuck up your feet playset. I love it. Let's see. Heath H. put this at Taylor Swift has 500 songs about guys leaving her and 0 songs about blowjobs. See where I'm going with this. I do. You know, I don't know if it helped. I mean, I think she's always been a bit, as far as I can tell, a bit thin-lipped and a little toothy, if you know what I'm saying there. Yeah. Taylor Swift. She's a force of nature. What do we got here? One of my favorites. Yes, I understand you were a queer poet for the revolution. Please face the wall now. These commies, these modern day commies, they really do think that they're going to be like queer poets for the revolution, right? Like, it's never occurred to them that they might be on the communal farm or, you know, at the concrete factory. Revolution probably doesn't need queer poets. You know, there's a trend after like communist revolutions where they kill all the poets and the professors and the intelligentsia, right? That's like a trend, right? They kill the influential people. They kill the people that were influential for the revolution, because once the revolution is achieved, you no longer need those people. Those people can only cause trouble from then on, right? Those are the people who have experience fomenting revolution. Don't need them anymore. Revolution's already here. Society has already been re-stratified into the party and everybody else who's just going to be extremely poor. Please face wall now. You know, it's none of this is a mystery either. I don't get it. Like, it's so many like university students, and like there is so much literature on like the Russian Revolution, on like, you know, Stalinism, Cultural Revolution in China, you know, like, you know, the Red Guard, you know, at killing fields. There's so much literature on this, and they're not being exposed to any of it, apparently, because if they were, right, they wouldn't fall for the insane nonsense. Like, it's not up for debate. Like, communism isn't up for debate. Socialist states, the Soviet Union, it's not up for debate whether or not it was good or not. It was objectively bad. Millions of people killed, their own people, killed for no reason, right? I mean, Stalin was possibly the greatest monster in history, right? Living in fear, and after Stalin, right? Like well into the 80s, like until the fall of the Soviet Union, living in fear of that knock at the door because you'd been denounced by somebody and you're going to be taken away somewhere. None of this stuff is mysterious. Like, it's all documented, right? Let's see, before and after. Declaration of memes. So cocaine, yeah, that did a number on her. Alcohol, yeah, that didn't serve that guy well. Crack, not looking too good. College, I think that college is the worst of them, actually. Because is woke more addictive than crack or cocaine or booze? Might be. It might be more damaging. I mean, she looks the worst. That's pretty amazing. I mean, you have like a nice, pretty girl there, and then that thing. What the hell is that thing?
I don't know what the hell's in there, but it's weird and pissed off, whatever it is.
Yeah, they're always pissed off, aren't they? All right. What do we got here? It says, I want to share with you my economic vision. Just total destruction. Let's see. Definition of a socialist. Someone who wants everything you have, except your job. Yep. Okay, we got some more good memes here. Taylor Swift makes millions singing about her bad choices in men. Endorses Joe Biden. Of course. Well, in her position, I mean, there is no other choice, right? Like career-wise, like that's the only thing she can do. Anything else would, I mean, it's not like it would be career suicide if she were to endorse Trump, but she'd still make money. She'd still be rich, but I think they want that extreme level of it. And also, you know, most of these people are, and I think she actually does write her own songs. I mean, writes her own songs. I think there's like 5, producers who do a lot of the helping along with it as well. But they're empty-headed people, right? They're not that bright. Some of them, I mean, even you take like some of the classic songs, you know, some classic artists like Neil Young or, you know, you look at their songs, you just look at it on a piece of paper, the words without the music. And most of it is like pretty much high school yearbook quality. They just have that talent of imbuing it with a kind of a false depth to it. But if you just take a look at their lyrics just on a white sheet of paper, most of the time, they're not that good. It's not great poetry. I mean, there's a few who I would say transcend that, maybe like Elvis Costello, Leonard Cohen, definitely. He was an actual poet before he was known as a songwriter. But a lot of them, I mean, like, look, I love the Beatles. There's lots of John Lennon songs I love, all right? I like Revolution, you know, which is a song about all the kind of naive revolutionary ideas in the 60s, right? It's got the line, if you go carrying pictures of Chairman Mao, you ain't going to make it with anyone anyhow. I like that one. But Imagine is the worst fucking song in the world. It's idiotic. That's below high school yearbook sentimentality, right? It's just an utterly childish song. I don't know how he wrote that. Imagine is a piece of shit. In my opinion, you're free to like it. If you do like it, that's cool. I'm not mad at you, right? You're allowed to. Maybe I'm wrong, but I don't like that song. And if you just look at the lyrics, they're incredibly childish and stupid. I'm shocked that he wrote them. So I don't know if I just lost any subscribers there, but I hope not. Again, it's okay to like that. I just don't. ALX, oh yes, this will make an excellent text write-off. Hunter Biden, every time he buys crack and hookers. Yeah, I mean, the guy has filmed like every illegal thing he's ever done in his life, apparently. There's like apparently, you know, there's like dozens of tapes of him breaking the law. Like he couldn't just stop himself. Like, you'd think there'd at least be some stuff, like he'd record some stuff that you'd like, you know, like be proud of or something. Maybe he is proud of the crack and hookers thing. I don't know. But, yeah, that's a good one. Elon Musk, he's talking about Hunter Biden accused Elon Musk of spreading misinformation on X. And he's responding here. Exactly what misinformation is he talking about? The dude made so many videos of himself doing crime that he should get an award for cinematography. How can you not be a fan of Elon? I mean, come on. Again, nobody's perfect. The guy's pretty good, though. He's definitely already got legendary status in history. Let's see. Wow, you fought in World War III? What weapons did you use? Mostly memes. That's the thing, though, isn't it, though? Like, we're in a new generational kind of warfare where it's a war for the mind. It's psychological, psyops, right? The game now is to get a country to give up without firing a shot. To just demoralize and corrupt a society, a strong society, so much that they no longer even want to defend themselves. It's kind of what it looks like, right? I mean, all of academia seems determined to do that. Like, all of academia seems to hate the West. We're talking about any Western country now, certainly any English-speaking country, right? All of academia hates our cultures. Hates it. That's not putting it too strong, right? I'm not being hyperbolic here. They hate our culture, our history. And apparently the people themselves. Scary Brave New World. All right, we're coming up on 3 hours now already. Man, these things fly by. I keep thinking there's no way I can do like 4 hours, but yeah, it ends up keep happening. Well, we're at almost at 3 hours now. We'll see how far we go. It's just as easy to buy a scientist as it is to buy a politician. Exactly, right? We were talking about this earlier, right? When people say, I'm following the science. Well, where did you hear the science? On CNN, on CBC. Okay, well, then you're not following the science. You're following a narrative that they're doing. They're allowing the people on. They're bringing on the people that are already giving you the pre-approved narrative. And anybody who's not going to do that is not getting on, okay? You're not following the science. You're following the narrative. Like, don't these people ever ask themselves, like, why don't they have, like, we used to have differing opinions, experts with differing ideas. Like, how does nobody notice that that's gone now? Let's see. Russell's saying there's nothing Trudeau can do to salvage his political career after 2 years. We'll never hear from him again. Well, I agree. He's done. He may not know it himself yet. In fact, I don't think he does. He still thinks that he can win next time around. I mean, heaven forbid that he did. That would just be... He's already caused generational damage. It's going to take... it's going to take much longer than the term of the next government, right? To fix it. There are some things that they'll never be fixed in Canada now because of Trudeau, right? But Canada is done with Trudeau, right? He's done. His career is a dead man walking at this point, his political career, right? Does he know it? That's the question. And yeah, I don't think many people are going to want to hear from him. I think he's going to be a very hated man over the coming decades for what he's done. A lot of Canadians, I don't think they've still gotten their head wrapped around on how much he's fucked up this country and how hard it is to try and fix it, and that some things just won't be fixed. Do you know what? We're going to have to go to the puppies because I always say if it gets too heavy, starts getting too doomy, too black-pilled. And I'm not black-pilled. I'm white-pilled. I have hope. But if we start going too far down there, we have the tradition that was started by... who was it? Radio Streamer asked me. He said, we need to look at some puppies for a palate cleanser. Things get too dark. So that's now our tradition. So we're going to go there for a moment and just look. Jesus Christ. Look at that. Oh my God, that's adorable. See, I'm feeling better about the world already. Look at that. A world that has puppies that adorable can't be all bad. There's got to be hope for the future, right? There's got to be. And you know what my favorite part of this video is? That it's not smoking crack with Hunter Biden right now in that video, because that would ruin it for me. That would ruin it. It's just nice like this. Well, here's another one. When Mom says no more snacks, well, he gets really cross. Look at that little devil. That's so nice. You know what my favorite thing about this video is that Hunter Biden is not using that little puppy as a drug mule to get cocaine into the White House. Because if he were doing that, even if the dog got in there safe, Joe Biden would attack it or kick it or something, because that's what he does to dogs. Apparently, the reason why Joe Biden's dog has bit 10 people, I think he's bit the Secret Service 10 times, is because he beats the dog. Like, he's really fucking mean. This whole, like, kindly Uncle Joe thing, like, that's been put to rest, right? No, he's a bastard. He's a mean old man. He's not a nice person. He would absolutely kick this dog. All right. Three hours I've been doing this, babbling. As long as you guys keep putting things in the chat, I'll keep going. Let's see. Billy, here's your stimulus check. Use it for, I think it's supposed to say essentials. And then Billy, no, he's buying a gun. He's buying a rifle. Oh dear. Billy. I approve. Declaration of memes. You miss 100. It's Alec Baldwin. You miss 100% of the shots you don't take. Alec Baldwin. I wonder if that's going to be part of his defense at the trial. I don't know. I would say probably a bad choice. I like this one here. Declaration of memes. Do you feel it? Yes. That's Joe Biden. For some reason, the Joe Biden sniffing memes, it never fails to get me. There's just something inherently funny about Joe Biden sniffing women's hair. Like, he's just done it so much, right? And it's just like, it's totally credible that he could just start sniffing anybody at any time. It's funny. It's funny that he does that. Well, this one looks good to me. Joe Rogan about Justin Trudeau. That guy can eat shit. From Matt in Vancouver. Okay, I think the Canadians in the audience are going to enjoy this one. Let's do it.
You live in the fucking frozen communist shithole of Canada.
Yeah.
It's cold. You get real cold water.
When's the last time you've been up there?
I don't go up there anymore.
You refuse, right?
Yeah, I just fucking what they've done up there, what they did with the trucker rally, and what Trudeau's doing with guns, and what they're trying to clamp down on censorship on the internet. That guy can eat shit. Like that place needs 100% an overhaul of government. Like they're sliding down that dangerous road of communism that scares the shit out of me.
Yeah, it's funny because even though I'm in Canada, it seems like the prevalence of political information and media is so much lesser than what goes on in the States because it's just far more interesting. But even the alternatives that I'm aware of on the political, side of things that are trying to, get Trudeau out and replace him, not much better from my understanding.
What they did with the truckers, like, for example, like the way Trudeau just openly.
Okay, the Conservatives are much better. And they're going to have to prove to me that they're not. So that's not correct. Trudeau is infinitely worse than anything. Well, no, I mean, okay, so the NDP, Jack Meekson, that would be just as bad, if not worse. Conservatives are nowhere in that neighborhood. And they're going to have to prove to me that they're that bad. And I can't see it being that. They may be disappointing in some ways, but it's not going to be like Trudeau.
Labeled them as racist and misogynist. And then when people were donating to this trucker movement, when they were trying to, have this protest, they closed down people's bank accounts who donated. I mean, that is third world country shit.
Yeah.
The fact that they think they can do that in Canada is insane.
Have you seen the ban of news in Canada, to where if you're located in Canada, you can't access news outlets now because the news outlets or the social media platforms featuring the news outlets refuse to pay Canada their own fee, essentially. So if I'm in Canada and I go on Instagram and try to go to a news page that's outside of Canadian media, it'll literally say can't view, unavailable in Canada. Yeah, it's crazy.
That's nuts. That's like China.
Yeah.
I mean, it's literally like what they do in foreign countries that are run by dictators.
Yeah, dude. The bills, it seems like every couple of weeks there's some new gong show of a bill that everyone says is gonna, wipe out creators off social media or force you to make Canadian content only, which is like this super nebulous thing that you have no idea. Am I only gonna be able to talk about like maple syrup and beavers?
It's not even that. It's authentic Canadian content. Who's going to decide? Well, the CRTC has been granted the power to decide what's authentic Canadian content. What do you think they're going to decide is authentic Canadian content? Do you think it's going to be my channel? Do you think so? Or do you think it's going to be CBC? Right? It's going to be CBC, right? And all the propaganda from there. It's going to be everything that is supporting a leftist worldview. Most importantly, the Liberal Party. That's what Bill C-18, which is what he's talking about there, that's what that's all about. Right? It's just narrative control. These are the reasons why Justin Trudeau won't step down, because he's putting his hope in this. He's given another 120 or 160 million dollars to the media, to buy the media, to let them know who their paymaster really is, right? It's these bills. He's hoping the narrative control will work for him once again. That's what's really happening. Let's see. This is very interesting. And just on another note on this, what Joe Rogan is, like, you hear Joe Rogan talking, this is increasingly how Canada is viewed, as being dystopian, right? As becoming this far left shithole. That is the reputation that we're garnering around the world. The view of Canada, I think, has changed radically since Trudeau got into power. And, he's a radical. So there you go. This is interesting. Vivek Ramaswamy. He says, yesterday, Van Jones called me a demagogue for discussing the Great Replacement theory. Well, here are Van's words in 2021. So, yeah, the media has been, the Democrat Party in the States has been trying to have it both ways. On one hand, they say openly, including Joe Biden, saying that the white population of the United States is going to become a minority, and that's a good thing, right? And they openly say that'll be good for the Democratic Party, because they think those people will vote for them. Now, that's turning out to not be entirely true, actually. But that's the only way that the leftists could see it, because they see everybody who they call marginalized as basically junior members of humanity who don't really have agency, and they'll just do what is expected of them. That's not actually how the world works. Everybody has some agency, right? And you know that if you're not an actual racist, right? So if you're not like a university professor, you'd know that. If you're not a leftist politician, you'd know that. Anyway, so they're calling Vivek a demagogue. Van Jones called him a demagogue for discussing the Great Replacement theory. Here is Van's words from 2021, and this is just normal from Democrats in the United States.
Asking the white majority to do something is difficult. And I think it'd be easier if we just acknowledge that it's difficult. No ethnic majority group in 10,000 years of human history that I can find ever went from being a majority to being a minority and liked it. And that's basically the request from the racial justice left, is that we want the white majority to go from being a majority to being a minority and like it. That's a tough.
We want the white majority to go from being a white majority to a white minority and like it. And he's saying that's a tough ask. Well, yeah, I mean, it's blatantly racist. Blatantly, like real racism, right? Not, you mispronounced my name or you asked me where I came from. Real racism. This is normal. There's countless clips of Democrats talking about this. And they want it both ways. They want to say, well, it's a conspiracy, far-right conspiracy theory, but also it's exactly what we want, and we're saying it plainly in language that anybody can understand. It really is, again, I keep saying this, but it's like looking at an alternate universe. Can this be real? Christopher Rufo says, there has been a shift. Americans are starting to turn against left-wing racialism, which presents itself as a form of justice, but in truth is a form of implacable resentment that would destroy American optimism, merit, and creativity. Abolish DEI now and forever. Are you feeling like there's a shift? Like in the chat, like on Rumble, on YouTube, are you guys feeling like there's a shift against the left-wing racialism? I feel like there is. I feel like the magic spell is breaking. But do you guys feel like that? I want to know. You guys tell me what you think. This is interesting. You know, when you got, how many billion people are there? Like 9 billion people on the planet? When you have 9 billion people, you're going to have some people that are just fucking stupider than you can believe. Fergie Chambers is the heir to the Cox Media empire. He is also a devoted communist and a fan of Mao. See tattoo on his thigh. He is spending his fortune from capitalism on a proletariat revolution to overthrow capitalism. How was he introduced to communism? That was by a history professor. He's got a tattoo of Mao and Stalin. I mean, the two greatest slaughterers of innocent human beings in history. The two greatest mass murderers in human history. Is it possible to be a communist and not know that? You know, there's a story about some champagne socialist in England talking to Orwell, and they were talking about the horrors and the atrocities under Stalin. They would have been talking probably in the 1930s, and the British communist or champagne socialist said, "Well, you know, you got to break a few eggs to make an omelet," and Orwell said, "Where's the omelet?" Right? That really puts it perfectly. There is no omelet. And break a few eggs? Well, how about break like a few million in like a couple of years? Does this person not know that? Can you be a communist now and not know that? I don't know. I mean, if you do, you're a psychopath. Right? Like the flag with Lenin on it. And these people were monsters. These were mass murderers. It's weird, right? Like the more you stare into this abyss, the more terrifying it becomes, right? Let's see. Yeah, here's Vivek talking about it at the debate, which he was on fire in that debate. I don't know if you guys watched that debate, but he was on fire in that. I mean, he was hardcore. He was destroying everybody, right? I mean, he went nuclear. I enjoyed it. I like Vivek. I think he's pretty damn smart. And I also like DeSantis too. I mean, DeSantis gets a lot of shit, but he's done a great job in Florida. You know, looking from the outside looking in, it appears that he's done a great job in Florida, and he took Florida from being basically a swing state, a purple state, to like a deep red state pretty quickly. So I think people should give DeSantis a bit of a break. I mean, I don't know. He wears big heels on his shoes or something. I don't know, whatever. He seems to be a pretty damn good leader of Florida, right? I mean, look, Trump's going to be the nominee, and that seems to me like it's just fated, right? Doesn't feel that it could be any other way. You know, there's a feeling of inevitability about Trump moving into 2024. And I like Trump, and I would like to see the redemption arc there. But I guess we'll have to see. So let's watch Vivek at the
I think the real enemy is not Donald Trump. I think the real enemy is not Donald Trump. It's not even Joe Biden. It is the deep state that at least Donald Trump attempted to take on. And if you want somebody who's going to speak truth to power, then vote for somebody who's going to speak the truth to you. Why am I the only person on the stage, at least, who can say that January 6th now does look like it was an inside job? That the government lied to us for 20 years about Saudi Arabia's involvement in 9/11. That the Great Replacement theory is not some grand right-wing conspiracy theory, but a basic statement of the Democratic Party's platform. That the 2020 election was indeed stolen by big tech. That the 2016 election, the one that Trump won for sure, was also one that was stolen from him by the national security establishment that actually put up the Trump-Russia collusion hoax that they knew was false. There's a reason why I'm the only person on the stage who can say these things. That's what it's going to take, not people who are licking his boots one time and now Monday morning quarterbacking him and criticizing him when it's convenient.
Wow, what do you think of that? He's dropping some bombs there. He's taking no prisoners. I mean, you got to admire it, right? Got to admire that. That man is hardcore. Let's see. Coming soon to a Disney movie near you. Welcome to the new Disney. Well, you know what? Apparently they're reshooting that Snow White movie, right? And it's gone from Snow White and the Seven Diverse Companions back to Snow White and the Seven Dwarves again, I guess. They're reshooting the thing, and maybe Disney found the line. You know, they stepped over it and realized that they've gone too far, and maybe they're going to pull back. I mean, there's only so much money these companies can lose, right? So I don't know. What will we see going forward? I mean, will Disney just abandon the woke? Will they? Will they stop caring about their ESG score? You know, at some point, the ESG score is meaningless if you don't have any customers left, right? Like, I think boycotts, a really good, strong boycott is stronger than the appeal of kind of cheap money, investment money from your ESG score from BlackRock, right? So I don't know. Will we get the tranny Snow White? I'm feeling probably not right now. Let's see. CBC News says Ottawa will require foreigners applying to study in Canada to have double the amount of funds currently required. Immigration Minister Mark Miller says, and Rupa Subramanya, who's a really good Canadian journalist, says, I didn't have liberals turning far right on my bingo card for this year. This change is a joke. No visa officer has the resources, capability, or incentive to verify if a student has the funds to be here. Walk around in any city in the global south, and there are people who will manufacture bank statements and university certificates with all the right logos and rubber stamps for a few bucks. Best solution, moratorium on immigration until the system can absorb the people who are already here. Yes. Yes. I mean, it's just so freaking simple, right? It's so obvious. Everybody knows. Everybody knows, but you can't say it. You can't say it in Canada. But here's the thing. I think you can say it in Canada. I think we've reached critical mass. You can actually say it in Canada now. And if you're conservative, who cares what the media says? They're going to call you a racist anyway, no matter what you do. If you are what a typical liberal was 10 years ago, okay, you are now far right to them. If you disagree on anything, so they made some new gender thing 5 minutes ago, and if you didn't catch up, you're far right now, right? Any deviance, you're far right. I mean, the CBC wrote an article. I've showed it in lots of my videos, an article about how the word freedom, this was during the freedom convoy, the trucker convoy, the word freedom is a far right dog whistle. That was in the CBC. The word freedom is a far right dog whistle. And they had an expert on, like a hate expert in the article that they referred to. He worked for the Canadian Anti-Hate Network. Who's received funding from who? From the Trudeau government, of course. See how incestuous it all is? Trudeau's rigged it like this, right? He gives money to all these experts who will basically just say what he likes and call everybody who's not in the Liberal Party a racist, phobist, ism, whatever. That's how the game is played. So, okay, here's something from Gad Sad. This is this is the state of Canada, the absolute state of Canada. A Canadian physician sent me the CanMeds report on the expertise that is now being required of Canadian physicians. He attached the report, of which I'm providing here as a screenshot. Please read the first sentence. This is not satire. These parasitic idea pathogens will destroy the world. A new model of CanMeds would seek to center values such as anti-oppression, anti-racism, and social justice rather than medical expertise. Did you hear that? They want to center values such as anti-oppression, anti-racism, and social justice. All these things, by the way, anti-oppression is oppression, anti-racism is actual racism, and social justice is actually social injustice. They want to center this rather than what? Medical expertise. I mean, this is while our healthcare system in Canada is falling to pieces, right? It's falling apart. Nobody's happy with it. It's becoming garbage. There's like 18-hour waits at the emergency at the hospital. Nobody can get a doctor. I can't get a family doctor, right? Nobody can get a family doctor anymore. People are having to leave the country to get medical care for serious problems. While this is happening, they want to center values such as anti-oppression, which is actually oppression, anti-racism, which is actually racism, and social justice, which is actually social injustice, rather than medical expertise.
Everything woke turns to shit. Everything woke turns to shit.
I think that needs a triple Trump.
Everything woke turns to shit.
This is woke dysfunction, right? This is woke dysfunction. This is an example of how when you let the ideologues in, like termites, they start to destroy the structure. This is it. This is them destroying the institution, right? That's what this is. When you're focusing woke ideological lunacy over medical expertise and doing it openly, right? This isn't just some crazy kids at a college anymore, right? This is not some goofy professor, at a university teaching some obscure course, right? Because that's all it was. It was just some crazy kids, some goofy professors. No. Now it's in the institutions, okay? They're like termites in there, wrecking everything, right? Chewing away at everything. Chewing away at the structure of the institutions. This is not satire. This is real. This is what actually happens. Okay? And again, there's no leeway in Canada on healthcare, right? There's no room for mistakes. The healthcare system is falling apart. Okay? Michael Moore sure wouldn't come up here, right? He wouldn't come up here for medical care. I guarantee you that. These are the actual consequences of woke dysfunction, ideological dysfunction, the dysfunction of political correctness. This is how the Soviet Union was run. And it's real. It's not an alternate reality. This is real. This is really happening. This can happen in any country, and it can get much worse than this. This is just the start. This ends with people starving to death, right? This ends with gulags. This ends with that knock at the door in the middle of the night that everybody's terrified of because they got denounced by their neighbor. And we're going to go back to the puppies because it just got a little too dark. I've got a tendency of doing that. I don't know if you guys have noticed that. Look at that little fella. I don't see Hunter Biden anywhere in here. There's no hookers. There's no crack pipes, which is good. This is just wholesome. It would be way less wholesome if Hunter Biden was in there. Look at this. He loves that dog. That's an adorable dog. I sure hope he's not taking it for a vaginoplasty. That's the joke every week that you can look forward to. If you keep coming back, you'll get that joke over and over again. All right, let's go back. Let's see. Already did Vivek. We did Tranny, Snow White. Let's get set. I thought this was just funny. So I'm going to play this for you.
If I were to compete as a woman in any sport, it would make no difference whatsoever. I used to smoke 3 packs a day. They would fish me out of the pool. The announcers would just be like, I don't know who this fat girl is. Her balls are hanging out of her bathing suit. That's Dava. She's in the shower always trying to get us to wash our before every race. Come on, girls, we got a big swim meet today. Speaking of big meets, let's wash our I'm going to clean my while you girls wash your Like, I don't think he's trans. I think he's just the guy who's off while we wash our and I'm like, you're a bigot. And when I finish, I'm going to report you. If I were to compete as a woman...
Yeah, I've got to say, Louder with Crowder is not as good without Dave Landau. Because to me, he's like so fast on his feet. He's kind of at a different level, than most guys. I know he's got Nick DiPaolo on there sometimes, who's great. Really like Nick DiPaolo a lot. He's awesome. I And who's the other one? The guy from Mad TV. For some reason, I get just because it's late, I can't remember his name, but he's also really good. Brian Callen, who's also extremely good. But as the main guy, they're not on it. Like those, DePaulo and Brian, they're not on Ladder with Crowder all the time. Just on sometimes. I don't think I've seen either of them on there for a little while, actually. Although I don't catch it that often. When I do watch it, I watch it on Rumble, by the way. And I would encourage you to do so the same. But I thought it was a stronger show when they had Lando on there, like every day as the main sidekick guy. He's very funny. That was a good bit. New Disney Star Wars announced. Why not? Right? Star Wars at any size. I guess the Force at any size. That's where they want to take it. You know they want to take it there. Dying to take it there. We're 3.5 hours in, folks. Can I make it to 4 hours? Do you guys even want me to make it to 5 hours or 4 hours? 3.5 hours in. Do you guys want me to take it to 4 hours? Do you want me to take it to 4.5 hours? I guess you'll let me know. Your triggers are your responsibility. It isn't the world's obligation to tiptoe around you. Yeah, exactly. Red Pill Road said, you can do it. God damn it, now I have to. Because of you, Red Pill Road. God damn you. But no, I'm in. I'm in for 4 hours now for sure. At least. As long as I've got enough stuff saved up here. I've been saving up stuff in my bookmarks here all week. Okay, we got to watch this. And this will be good because I can play this video and I can get some nicotine into my system. Here's my vote for the best 3.5 minutes of the Tucker Jones crossover event. Sums it up, really. All right, you guys ready? All right. Red Pill, we really enjoy your show. Well, thank you very much. And I enjoy having you guys in the comments. The comments really keep me going. That gives me energy to keep doing it. It makes it way more fun for me because it doesn't feel like I'm just talking to myself, you know? So I really appreciate it when people get into the chat and it just makes it more fun for everybody. So thank you for that. And let's watch this Alex Jones.
So that's why the WEF and the UN are coming in Ireland and in areas of Asia and in the Netherlands and saying by 2030, 80% of your cows have got to be dead. And they just banned like 30% this year in the Netherlands. And it didn't matter people were 80% against it in polls. It didn't matter. They sent the military in against the peaceful farmers that were just protesting, just like the peaceful truckers in Canada got brutally attacked. And so they're all WEF globalist alumni that the big banks on record brag. They've penetrated the cabinets, to quote Klaus Schwab. They've put their operatives in to cut off our energy, demoralize us, release the hardened criminals, put the political activists in prison, continue to cut off the resources to make an angrier world. Klaus Schwab says, we're going to make the world collapse. We're going to have everybody turn against each other. We're going to blame the political classes that we own and control. And then when we're done, we'll bring in our new solution. But first, they have to demolish the cultures and societies that we had before with the fentanyl, with the open borders, with the demoralization, and then they bring in their next phase, which is a high-tech, cashless society, robot, drone-controlled nightmare. More than half of the U.S. in their official UN maps that they've had for more than 25 years, that are some of my first films, show half the U.S. off limits to humans. All cars will have to have GPS. Everybody by law will have to have a cell phone at all times. Australia just did this last year, tried to push it through. And that's the admitted global UN standardized plan where you don't leave your house without a cell phone. Every car is robot kill switch, GPS controlled. California is moving to ban all the quote classic cars. That's any car that doesn't have a digital ignition. And they admit it's for control. So if people think things are bad now, the straitjacket, the ball and chain is going on. It's all being militarily run. Our military is great men and women, but at the top, our military has been globalist, trained, New World Order people for at least 30, 40 years. They've got almost every general, every person under their control. And that's why it came out in the UK and Europe and also here in Canada. you pull up the headlines, Defense Department purposely scared public into lockdowns, masking, and taking inoculations. UK headline, British Ministry of Defense secretly brainwashed and terrorized public. Canada, same headline. They even let you know, oh, the military is here to do this. And now, oh, the CIA and Justice Department is there to help surveil the public to stop disinformation. And it turned out, of course, almost all that disinformation was true.
Always.
About everything. So we have to understand, our governments have been seized. The big corporations want to get rid of the American idea. You got 50 acres and your house and a business and a farm, and you can take care of your family, and you're independent. They have to destroy all that because the rest of the world aspires to that. Instead, they want 15-minute cities, central bank digital currencies. They want all of these systems that track and trace everything you do in the social credit scores. And the plan for the rest of the public, I mean, we're talking 99%, is 250 square foot coffin apartments, 5G bathing you in them, literally eating bug protein.
Yeah, I mean, it's sorry, I had to cough there. Yeah, he's kind of like the vision of the future that he's been painting for a long time. Like, it's been pretty correct, hasn't it? With the rising authoritarianism, the globalism, right? Like, he's been correct about all of that. There are things happening today which even, 10 years ago would have been, like, you wouldn't have believed it, right? Like, you have the leaders of the United States and Canada, both, okay, believe that a 6-year-old can know that they're in the wrong body and that it's life-saving care to socially transition them and then and leading them to medical and surgical interventions, all before they can possibly understand what's being done to them. And I say being done to them because they can't possibly consent or understand. Children can't. They can't possibly consent to this. It's something being done to them. It's not something they're doing themselves. How could they possibly understand it? How could a 6-year-old understand what that means? To be born in the wrong body. Never mind the fact that it's the whole ideology behind it is totally incoherent. If gender is a social construct, then why should any of it be necessary in the first place? If gender is a social construct, how can you be born in the wrong body? None of this makes any fucking sense. But think about that. Think about that. How insane that is. Think about how insane the affirming model is, where you just have to, anybody goes in to see a doctor and says, I'm born in the wrong body, right? You're not allowed to offer them, say, counseling or psychiatric care or something. You have to affirm it and say, yes, you definitely are. If you think so, we're talking about a doctor has to accept, in Canada now, by law, a doctor has to accept somebody's self-diagnosis. Think about what other issues, medical issues somebody might have where the doctor must, by law, accept their self-diagnosis. And the doctor is not allowed to offer an alternative. This is law in Canada. It's real. It's part of the conversion therapy ban, the very ironically titled conversion therapy ban, right? I mean, people heard that and they thought it was going to be, like banning parents from doing exorcisms on their kids if they thought they were gay, right? But in that bill, it makes law the affirming care model. You're not allowed to, a doctor is not allowed to say to a patient, maybe you're not trans. Not allowed to say to the parents of the 6-year-old, maybe your kid isn't born in the wrong body. Maybe there's some deeper issue here, right? Think about how fucking insane that is. Is anything that Alex Jones has ever said that's more insane than that? and it's real. I mean, give or take a couple interdimensional demons, he's never said anything crazier than that. And I'm not sure that interdimensional demons is crazier than that. Sometimes we have to stop and just stop and not smell the roses, but smell the woke and go, like, actually, this is fucked up. Like, it's not just it's not a little bit. It's unbelievably fucked up. Anyway, I'd like to see Alex Jones back on Twitter. I don't know about you guys.
So that's why the
Okay, this is a good one too. This is another part of the Alex Jones Tucker interview. Let's check this out.
You see the system, the media going after Biden, and he deserves it, but they were covering it up until now. Now they're covering the laptop. Now they're covering attack on the dog. Now they're covering, all of his senility, all the corruption, the Chinese spies.
Attacking a dog. What a pig he is. I'm sorry.
Well, I mean, I was told that by Secret Service and by people that, let's just say, work with them. And I'm going to leave it at that. But I actually have a contact for you. I'd like to be able to hear it from them. But when this is over, I'll let you actually hear it from yourself. I think they'll tell you off record. I think they're willing to talk to you. But yeah, he is completely out of his mind. He wanders around for the entire 2.5 years. It's getting worse. Naked in the White House. In the middle of the night, doesn't know who he is. They have to give him a bunch of drugs, a bunch of amphetamines in the morning. Then they've got to drug him at night. Sometimes he'll like be out for the morning for a while, and then comes back out at night for a ball. That's when there's a real problem.
He is on drugs. I have established that, and I know someone who witnessed it. I'm not guessing at this. I know someone personally who witnessed him taking amphetamines. And this was during the 2020 election.
So how's this going to? That's huge. I know you don't play games. You've been proven.
No, I don't play games with this.
And we're supposed to think that Alex Jones is the crazy one. Okay. That's all credible, by the way. All of it. There's a reason that Biden's dog keeps biting the Secret Service, 10 times, I think, so far? It's not because Joe Biden's this kindly old man. Here's one. I have dirt on the Clintons. And then, well, you know what happens. Let's see. Are we going to watch a bunch of Washington Post ideologues, woke ideologues, complain about how bad they have it in life? I guess we'll take a little look.
I have risked my life on the front lines of war.
I've covered an insurrection,
a global pandemic,
historic racial justice protests,
climate change, and gun violence in America.
I work hard to...
Wow, so they've lied about all of those things. That's impressive. I mean, most people don't get to lie that much. Certainly not to so many people.
Sure, you know exactly what's going on in our DC community.
To hold powerful institutions to account.
And to bring you the latest visuals from around the globe.
And I'm worth a fair and transparent pay process.
I'm worth a living wage.
I'm worth raises that keep up with inflation.
I'm worth equal pay to my colleagues, regardless of my race or gender.
I'm worth...
This is the Washington Post. If the Washington Post went out of business, which it won't because it's owned by Jeff Bezos, but if the Washington Post went out of business, the world would be a better place. I don't value their work. They're propagandists. I mean, it's really amazing, isn't it? I'm detecting a pattern in their hiring process. LOL. I mean, also, too, when you hire a bunch of woke commies, you're going to get this kind of stuff, right? I mean, that's what happens. That's what these people believe. Like this is the kind of do you believe that Washington Post? I think the Washington Post people are probably paid okay, and I don't think that their work has value either. So whatever they're being paid, it's too much. But when you hire a bunch of lefties that are going to complain nonstop about everything, they're going to do that. There you go. Let's see. Undoing white supremacy in healthcare. What isn't white supremacy to these people? That's the thing. You think, like, I remember when I was a kid, like a white supremacist guy was like a skinhead guy with like a swastika tattooed on his forehead. Now it's literally like showing up to work on time. Like it's being conscientious, right? I've shown like the Smithsonian pamphlets on, from the Smithsonian, by the way, their pamphlets on whiteness and white culture many times, right? What they actually believe is they believe the nuclear family is white supremacy. They believe that the concept of time is white supremacy. They think that hard work is white supremacy. Whiteness. It's all whiteness. The scientific method is whiteness, right? So when you frame it as it's just everything, well, you'll always find something to undo, I guess. Introduction to Unlearning and Undoing White Supremacy and Racism in the Office of the Provincial Health Officer. Again, healthcare is falling apart in Canada, and this is what they're obsessed with. This is woke dysfunction, and they will never back off. They just have to go. They have to be fired, right? And you know, I think it's kind of unfortunate because I think things have to fall apart so badly before there'll be enough of an outcry that people realize this stuff is all fucking poison. And there's a real political will to just root it out of every institution. And it's going to be hard because it's in every institution. And every time, and when you try and get rid of them, they're going to cry oppression. And, you know, responsible people will have to just not listen to them and say, we don't believe you, and you're doing a terrible job, and you're hurting people. So goodbye. This is Princeton University's DEI office from Christopher Rufo. Pronouns include they, them, she, they, he. My favorite, no pronouns. Imagine this department governing what you can think, say, and do. So, this is why universities cost so much now. Is that the cost for professors and administrators, these are all administrators, the cost for administrators and professors is flipped. So it used to be, I think, 80%, 20%, 80% professors, 20% administrators. Now I think it's flipped opposite. So it's only like, the costs are only like 20% professors now. And they've hired all of these fucking DEI Marxist crazy lunatics. Grifters. They're grifters, right? Let's take a look. Pronouns. Contact me for the no pronouns there. Oh, it's a position vacant. So they don't know the pronouns yet. They probably could just put they in there just to be safe. He, him, his, Assistant Dean, Office of Diversity and Inclusion. Let's see, she, her, hers. So that's, you know, their normal pronouns. Associate Director, Office of Diversity and Inclusion, Campus Life. All these people are making lots of money. Let's see, here's one. No pronouns. Instead, please use my name. Oh, it's funny. Education and Outreach Program Coordinator, Office of Diversity and Inclusion, Campus Life. Let's see. Office of Diversity and Inclusion. MJ Scafiro. Let's see. That's a she, her, hers. Contact me for support for LGBTQ plus identifying folks with an X. Programming and co-sponsorship. What do these people actually, like, what does any of this mean? What does it mean, any of this? Like, contact me for support, they and a he for this, that looks like a woman to me. Contact me for support for women and femme identifying folks with the X. This is Princeton, by the way. Programming, co-sponsorship, blah, blah, blah. Like, how does any of this help prepare people for the world, like in a real way? Contact me for curricula, student workshops, trainings, consultations on identity. What does that mean? Consultations on identity. Like the students show up and say, hi, I need an identity. It's like, okay, you're black trans lesbian. I mean, will that identity protect me from accountability for my actions? Yes. At Princeton. All these useless positions. These aren't professors. These are just people, I'm assuming, all making six figures at least. Just being there to just give people consultations on identity. Pretty weird, isn't it? Like, anyway, it's getting late. Let's see. James Lindsay. Nearly everyone gets A's at Yale. Does that cheapen the grade? James Lindsay says, yes. At Yale, nearly everybody gets A's. A report found that close to 80% of grades were in the A range last academic year. A pandemic-era bump has stuck. So I thought the things about these elite institutions was that they're supposed to be really hard, so only the best people could go there, right? Feels like they're, and I've heard this from people like Jonathan Haidt, for instance, that they've gone to this a customer's always right model. So it's just a total, I mean, he wrote like The Coddling of the American Mind, I think, and it's now coddling, right? So it's not preparing people. It's not toughening people for the world. It's not challenging them. It's customers always right, and it's coddling. You know? They're promising a safe space. I mean, there is no safer space in the world than like an elite university campus, right? They don't need to be made any safer. They're already the safest, like least oppressive places in the world. Again, this is dysfunction, right? Because it does devalue this. Like the point of going somewhere like Yale is that you're going to have a leg up. You're going to be in demand. What happens when the employers realize that no, these people are not going to be useful? No, it's actually makes them less desirable to have these grades because they've not been prepared for the world. All they've been prepared for is to accuse you of being an ist or phobe or oppressing them somehow, right? That's woke dysfunction, right? Again, termites in, destroying the structure of this institution. Let's see, from Danny Polishchuk. Check out the demographics of all the people that have been telling you white people are bad. This is the Washington Post staff. It's a bunch of white people that have been telling all the other white people that they're bad. I guess maybe in the hopes that they'll get eaten last. Is that it? Let's see. Declaration of memes. We voted to raise taxes on property owners, not renters. Why did our rent go up? Yeah, people are dumb. Uh-oh, I think we might be getting to the end. Yeah, I think we covered most of this stuff. got? I don't think that one. I've already done this one, I think. Oh, actually, let's check this out. Let's check out Vivek here again. We looked at this a bit, a couple hours ago, I think, but let's take another peek.
So first of all, I think we just learned something from Chris Christie. We learned three things. We learned three things right there. First of all, Chris Christie also doesn't know what provinces in eastern Ukraine he actually wants us to fight for. Chris, your version of foreign policy experience was closing a bridge from New Jersey to New York.
Yeah.
So do everybody a favor, just walk yourself off that stage, enjoy a nice meal, and get the hell out of this race. When it comes to Nikki, I think if you're going to actually send your sons and daughters to go die in somebody else's war, you better, excuse me, Chris, I'm speaking, and I'm not done yet.
I haven't heard a time when you aren't
and we're going to be
speaking.
done. So listen up to this, is if these people want to send your sons and daughters to go die in Ukraine, they've been arguing for it for a year. $200 billion of our taxpayer money sent over. Neither of them could even name for you the provinces that they actually want to protect. And this is the people who have been touting their so-called foreign policy experience. It is intellectual fraud. These people are lying to you, the same people who told you about weapons and mass destruction in Iraq. To justify that invasion, didn't know the first thing about it, yet they sent thousands of our sons and daughters to go die. The same people who told you the same in Afghanistan, where the Taliban is still in charge 20 years later. $7 trillion of our national debt due to these toxic neocons. You can put lipstick on a Dick Cheney, it is still a fascist neocon.
Thank
and
you,
you gotta
Mr.
see that
Ramaswamy.
today.
Thank you,
It's
Mr.
Dick Cheney
Ramaswamy.
all over again in this party.
Thank you, Mr. Ramaswamy.
I like him. I like Ramaswamy. I think he's good. I think he's very strong. Yeah, he's not going to be the nominee, Who knows in the future, though? I mean, not 2024, but he's pretty strong. I mean, it does feel like Trump has a legacy that will persist, even if he doesn't become president again in 2024. He's got a legacy that will persist. He's made it possible for a Vivek to exist, right? And I think it's healthy that he's there, saying that, calling out the neocons, right? Oh, yeah, this is weird. Libs of TikTok. This is Canada. It's from Rebel News, which is conservative independent news, which Trudeau absolutely hates Rebel News. He hates them with a passion. This is so creepy. A 50-year-old dude is swimming in a girls' swim competition and using the women's changing room with teenage girls. How is this possible? 50-year-old man identifying as a teenage girl competes in swim competition, uses girls' change room. Nicholas Cepeda transitioned several years after puberty, so why is this dude being accommodated? See, 11 minutes. I don't think we can do 11 minutes, but this is Canada now, right? This is Canada. I said there's a lot that has happened under Trudeau. A lot of changes, fundamental changes to Canada under Trudeau. A lot of stuff that's going to take a long time to undo. He's really, I mean, for him, this is his pride. This is the sort of thing that Justin Trudeau is most proud of. 50-year-old men in girls' change rooms, right? You'll never see Trudeau as excited as he is around a pride flag. I think he really sees it as the key to his success. The foreign interference inquiry is rigged. So what's Spencer Fernando talking about here? Well, there's an inquiry into Chinese interference in Canadian elections. And Trudeau has named himself as the head of the inquiry. And he holds the purse strings. So just to repeat that, because you probably can't believe it, the inquiry into foreign interference in Canadian elections, Trudeau appointed him under his reign. He's been in there for 8 years now, right? So the inquiry into foreign interference in Canadian elections under Trudeau, of which Trudeau won the last 3 elections, right? Trudeau has appointed himself as the head of that, and he controls the funding for it. Does that sound at all banana republic-y to you? Sounds a little bit to me. It sounds like something that shouldn't happen in a real country. I don't see the media making a big deal out of it, but that's not what he's paying them for, is it? Whatever the question is, the answer is always racism, white supremacy, COVID, or climate change. Yep, that's the thing. It's the magic spell, but I keep saying it, the magic spell's breaking. It's breaking, folks. I don't think we need any more of that debate. Let's see. Scott Adams says here, you can't act more guilty than this. Well, let's take a peek at what he's talking about.
President Biden on Ukraine and also China. There's polling by the Associated Press that shows that almost 70% of Americans, including 40% of Democrats, believe that you acted either illegally or unethically in regards to your family's business interests. Can you explain to the Americans, amid this impeachment inquiry, why you interacted with so many of your son and brother's foreign business associates?
I'm not going to comment on that. I did not, and it's just a bunch of lies.
You didn't interact with many of their business associates?
I did not. There's lies.
My God, have you ever seen anybody look more sinister while denying obvious crimes? Like, there's so much evidence now. There's so much money that's been running through his family, right? I mean, he said he had nothing to do with his sons. He didn't know anything. He never met with his son's business partners. He didn't know anything, blah, blah. That's all been proven to be false. We know he's lied about all of that, right? Let's just watch that again. I mean, you've never seen anybody look so sinister while they're denying something that, I mean, just everybody obviously knows.
Either illegally or unethically in regards to your family's business interests. Can you explain to the Americans, amid this impeachment inquiry, why you interacted with so many of your son and brother's foreign business associates?
I'm not going to comment on that. I did not, and it's just a bunch of lies.
You didn't interact with many of their business associates?
I did not. There's lies.
Yeah, they're totally not lies. Totally not lies. It's a bunch of lies. They're lies. He's like straight out of Central Casting, isn't he? It's just like a villain, just this corrupt old villain. Lies, the lies. I don't think they are. I don't know who's worse, him or Trudeau. They're both so terrible. I got to give, I don't know. He's got way more, obviously, way more power than Trudeau. But Trudeau is just, I mean, everything he has touched has been a disaster, but I don't know. It's a toughie. I guess we'll just have to agree that they're both terrible. Let's see. Frank McCormick says, what a time to be alive. Misgendering is violence. Kill all the Jews as protected speech. Universities. That's some dark humor right there. Oh, this is good. Okay, we got to watch this one. So it says, just got passed by a girl. You just got passed by a girl. And you knew that was coming. You just got passed by a girl, loser. And she totaled her car. Yep. She was just asking for it. You put that on the back of your car, you're just asking for that. You're looking for trouble at that point. Look at this. You know, we're talking about Conor McGregor might run for president of Ireland. You know, here's the Irish Daily Mirror. I've decided to move back to Brazil because Dublin, it's not a safe place anymore, especially if you are a girl. Yeah, the media wants to pretend like especially the media outside of Ireland wants to pretend like that horrible stabbing of those kids at the school in Ireland was just like that was just a random thing that doesn't happen. That's just the latest thing. They've been having all the attendant problems with mass migration well before that. That was the thing that really pissed them off and sparked it, right? No, they'd been enduring a lot more than that for a while beforehand. Again, all the attendant things that you get with mass migration every single time. Moving back to Brazil from Dublin, because it's not a safe place, especially if you're a girl. Brazil is safer. I think Conor McGregor might just win. This redhead says it's illegal for Palestinian people in Gaza right now to collect rainwater. That's obviously not true. It's too stupid. I can't do it. We got to go. We got to keep going. I think it steals a part of your soul when you see somebody just genuinely stupid like that. If you listen to too many of them, it's like looking in the abyss. The abyss looks back at you, right? Blah, blah, blah. Let's keep going. See if we can find something lighter. Mulvaney is not popular. Mulvaney is propped up by social media algorithms and gawkers who want to see a carnival sideshow. This person is suffering but being egged on by a mob of psychos cheering as Mulvaney destroys himself. So this was large number of empty seats for Dylan Mulvaney's speech at Penn State. So you're looking at that, and I think generously, you'd have to say that's generously saying 80% empty there. So you would think, this is Dylan Mulvaney has millions of followers, right? Gained over the whole 365 days of girlhood thing on TikTok. So you would think there would actually be a big audience of people, especially at a university. These are the wokest places there are. Especially at a university, you think you'd be able to get a big crowd, unless it's all fake, unless it's all algorithmically driven. TikTok, I don't know, it's pretty clearly established this is just a Chinese psyop at this point, right? Designed to just feed poison into young people's minds, the young people of the West minds, right? To undermine our countries. This is that, fifth generational warfare, right? Where you don't have to fire a shot. You just get your enemy to destroy itself. And is that what Tim Pool is saying? Mulvaney is not popular. Mulvaney is propped up by social media algorithms and gawkers who want to see a carnival sideshow. This person is suffering but being egged on by a mob of psychos cheering as Mulvaney destroys himself. You'd think at a university there'd be more people than that. That is, obviously they were expecting a lot more. I would say generously that's 80% empty. There is something very sad about Dylan Mulvaney, something tragic. Is there really ever any coming back from that level of kind of self-humiliation? What do you call it exactly? I don't know. Let's keep going. We are now 4 hours and almost 10 minutes in. Holy crap. How do I keep babbling like this? I've been babbling for over 4 hours. How does it keep happening over and over? This is now 3 weeks in a row I've gone over 4 hours. What do we got here? This is interesting. It all comes down to one thing. They're terrified and feel threatened by free speech. So Jim Jordan, okay, let's listen to this. This is about the government is suing SpaceX because they say that Elon Musk didn't hire enough immigrants. I know, it's fucking crazy, right? Every story is insane now, apparently. Let's listen. I like Jim Jordan. He's pretty good.
All the way up through engineering.
So you're suing, I just want to cut to the chase. You're suing SpaceX because they hired too many Americans, too many citizens, not enough people who are refugees or people who've been granted asylum.
This investigation.
And you waited to sue. This investigation started 3 years ago. I know the facts. It started 3 years ago. And yet you bring the lawsuit after Mr. Musk purchases Twitter, now X. Is that right?
We apply the laws that this body gave us without fear or favor.
And Mr. Musk, his assertion is that they're dealing with national security type information at SpaceX, and that's why he's even posted this before you brought the lawsuit. He said this. That's why they focus on hiring people who have a green card or are American citizens. And you guys say this is something we need to go after SpaceX because they're not hiring enough Americans, and we need to charge Ava Edel, 87-year-old concentration camp survivor. That's what the Justice Department and the Biden administration needs to do. But oh, by the way, we don't know anything about Missouri v. Biden. We didn't weigh in on the issue where a governor of a state told the citizens, they're American citizens, you cannot exercise your Second Amendment rights contrary to the law, contrary to what the Supreme Court has said. And you're trying to tell us today that the Civil Rights Division of the Justice Department is not political. Frankly, I find it almost laughable that you're making that argument because anyone with common sense and any objectivity can see you guys are definitely political. That I yield back.
So it's all in plain sight, isn't it? I mean, on the SpaceX thing, I mean, Elon Musk said that they told him that it's a security risk, right? This is space tech, right? Aeronautics, like he has to hire American citizens because of the security issues around it. And then they sue him for hiring too many Americans and not hiring refugees and non-citizens. Like it's all just, it's in plain sight. It's quite amazing. I guess this is what happens though. I guess this is all possible because of that, you know, do you remember that 95% negative coverage of Trump while he was in office and in the election? 95% negative coverage. That means that this administration, the Biden regime, knows that the media is with them, right? The media will forgive pretty much anything. Even if they dig in somewhere around the edges or something, you know, it's the mass of it is all going to be supportive. They're going to forgive them anything they do. So it doesn't really matter. That's what enables this. Let's see. AOC, this is just about hypocrisy. Anti-Semitism when Democrats do it. Yeah. I will say, you know, like the ADL has done enormous damage to, you know, the anti-Semitism efforts, right? Because the ADL, nobody trusts them. So the ADL, everything is anti-Semitic, right? And the ADL is just simply an arm of the Democratic Party in the United States. That's pretty much obvious. Their job is just to attack conservatives and accuse them of being anti-Semites. That's it. So you had this endless boy who cried wolf narrative from the ADL forever. And it did an enormous damage, I think. And now they're shocked when they see actual anti-Semitism from the people that they thought were their allies. Well, I guess they weren't paying attention very well, were they? Right? I think the ADL's done enormous harm. I mean, the whole, the okay hand sign, it's fine. Eventually people stop believing you, and they couldn't see where the thing they were concerned about, they couldn't see it when it was right in front of their face, because it wasn't their job to see it then, right? Their job was to smear conservatives. Anyway. Let's see, what do we got here? Too horrible. He's talking about the Irish hate speech bill there. I don't know if we'll play that. We've gone over it already. By the power of white girl, I am offended on your behalf. Like most of these like woke things like DEI and stuff, like most of it's like, liberal white women being offended on everybody's behalf. And they think that they're immune from the whole whiteness thing. It's just, no, we're good. We're oppressed too. It's just white men. They're the bad ones. Right. And no, when you talk about act like there's this thing called whiteness, the people that you're targeting at, they're going to believe you. And guess what? It applies to you as well. Okay, I'm definitely running out of steam, folks. We'll go a little bit longer. Never forget the time a Japanese store thought fucking was just American slang for really good. Fucking sale, all 20% off. That's so good. Japan legends. I love it. I love it when people making signs don't really understand English very well. It always works out 100% of the time. Awesome. So you're not mad at those who lied to you for years, but you're mad at me for proving they lied to you. Yeah, that's pretty much how it goes. Here's a secret. A lot of people like to be lied to. I mean, you wonder how Trudeau could win 3 elections in a row. Canadians didn't want to hear the truth. They wanted to be told nice little white lies. That's what happened. Eventually, people wake up, they realize they've been lied to. But Canadians really wanted to be lied to. That's the secret. And there's a lot of people that want to be lied to. Nice little white lies that'll make them feel better. Let's see. Canadian students' math scores continue steep slide, raising concerns about how subject is taught. Yeah, it's taught woke, I think. Paul Chato says, time to decolonize harder. Yeah. As education has gotten more and more left-wing, obviously it's gotten worse because, again, it's dysfunction, right? It breeds dysfunction because merit it gives way to equity. And things don't tend to work very well when that happens. Let's see. California Governor Gavin Newsom has canceled the annual public Christmas tree lighting ceremony at the state capitol because of pro-Palestine protests threatening to disrupt public events. A recording will be released online instead, and that's typical. Not surprising. Nothing surprising there. Let's see. What's this? From Pierre Poilievre. The head of the CBC won't commit to canceling end-of-the-year executive bonuses while she lays off 600 workers just weeks before the holidays. Did she forget to mention she got a $60,000 pay raise in July? Yep. That's amazing, isn't it? It's amazing. And personally, I think the CBC should be defunded. and shouldn't exist anymore unless it can survive on its own. Let's see. Oh, this is a song. Incredibly powerful song, made more impact by the Stephen King T and Skullmask. This is a parody account, by the way. I can only assume they are a dentist due to the choker with a dangling tooth. Should we do this? We might lose a part of our souls if we watch this. That's the only problem here. Should we watch it? I don't know. I'm kind of scared. It's late. I don't want to lose part of myself. Okay, let's try it out. Let's do it. We have to be brave. We have to face this.
She, then call her she.
Yeah?
If someone goes by he, then call him he. If someone goes by they, then call them they. But it doesn't mean it'll turn you gay. If you went by she.
See, it's not that people think it's going to turn them gay. Say the word they. I think what it is that people feel affronted by this demand that they pretend to believe things that they don't believe. That's really what it comes down to. That people refuse to believe in fairy tales, right? Or to pretend that they do. They don't feel like you have the right to compel them to pretend to believe things that they don't believe, to pretend to believe things which are patently absurd. That's the problem here, right? This kind of framing is the only way they can defend themselves, right? Defend these ideas, right? They have to muddy everything and throw out these false accusations. I think possibly their brains have been so rotted by wokeism that they can't think that way. They can't actually empathize with the other, right? They've so othered anybody that isn't part of their cult that they can't empathize. They can't imagine how you would look, right? There's only one solution to them. It must be that you think you'll turn gay if you use their pronouns.
Someone called you he, wouldn't you be annoyed? And if you went by he, but someone called you she, wouldn't you try and convince them that you're a boy?
I kicked their
It's not a youth trend, it's people's lives that have always been affected and disenfranchised. Doesn't matter what you think you see, it's basic human empathy.
Say it's not, though. It's not human empathy. Okay. Where is your empathy? Okay, I'm saying I don't believe your fairy tales, and I don't want to be compelled to have to pretend that I believe them to make you feel better. All right? Like it's a matter of principle. Where's your empathy?
I don't know what the hell's in there, but it's weird and pissed off, whatever it is.
Sorry, Kami. We're moving on. What this for? Okay, the root. Okay, I actually looked this up to see if it was fake. No, this is real. This was a real article. Straight black men are the white people of black people. This was like 2017. This reminds me of that during the governor recall in California of Gavin Newsom when Larry Elder was running. And the LA Times ran a headline for a story that said, Larry Elder is the black face of white supremacy. Again, in their weird cult world, this stuff all makes sense to them, right? Straight black men are the white people of black people. And this guy says, fuck yeah, my brothers, we got promoted. That's a perfect response. Love it. This guy is so this Ibram X. Kendi. His real name is Henry, by the way. It's like, what is his last? It's like Henry Smith. It's just like a very not Ibram X. Kendi name. He changed his name because from Henry because it wasn't anti-racist enough, I guess. This guy is like one of the like premier race grifters out there. Made a lot of money. On that on his fake name. I guess that sells more anti-racism books, right? And I would play this for you, but we're almost at 4.5 hours. And it's just so freaking depressing listening to these people. You know, let's do it. I want to put you through it. But I got to warn you, it is.
I don't think.
I've got to warn you, it is depressing.
That I don't think white people worldwide have really reckoned with how much their own personal identity is shaped by constructions of whiteness, and how much that construction of whiteness prevents white people from connecting to humanity. In other words, recognize
whiteness prevents white people from connecting to humanity. This guy's a Nazi, right? If he just started talking about like international finance, right, they would completely fit in, right? Just remove whiteness and change it with another name, blackness or Asianness or something else. We all know this. These people need to be mocked ruthlessly and endlessly, right? It should be embarrassing to say these things in public, right? Now, of course, they all clap like trained seals in the audience there, right? Because they're part of the cult. They know what they have to do, you know? When Stalin talked, everybody clapped too. You had to. You didn't want to be the last one, the first one to stop clapping, right? But this stuff needs to be made so socially unacceptable. Like any kind of like outright bigotry like this. Like it really does need to be removed from society. And I'm not black-pilled, I'm white-pilled on this. You know, like I have hope that this can be achieved. The ideology is so poisonous that in some ways it is self-defeating. Okay, yeah, talking about being white-pilled, can you sprinkle in some hope, please? Only if it exists. James Lindsay. He says, most people aren't terribly committed to the ideology and are mostly following the directions of the cultural winds, which are changing. That is, most people don't require deprogramming. There just has to be a small but critical mass of deprogramming to tip the whole scale. So there's some hope, right? And it is true. I mean, you know, you have all these, remember the George Floyd protests in 2020, right? I always said, if people couldn't take a selfie of themselves and post it on Instagram, half those people wouldn't even have been there, right? Because the modern leftist ideology, wokeism, you know, it's so incoherent that they can't even understand it themselves. They're just going with what feels left or what feels like it's not right or conservative, right? Again, the ideology is totally incoherent. So they have no choice but to just go with the cultural winds. So again, yeah, he's right. Most people don't actually require deprogramming. It just, like stuff like this, Ibram X. Kendi just needs to become socially unacceptable. That has to become what's politically incorrect. And I think that there is hope that that can happen. It has to happen, or else it's going to be awful for civilization. Here's one. Genitals don't determine gender. Then why bother removing them? Great question. This is kind of funny. If we only received thick Latinas and petite Asian women, immigrants, liberal white women would form SS units overnight. It would. That would happen. 100% true. Let's see. What's this? By Afro Staff. What's Afro? Anti-woke economic terrorists, ooh, that's scary, have now wiped out $5 trillion in stock value. Anti-ESG hysteria driven by online hate platforms has disproportionately eroded portfolios of color and sabotaged our planet's future. Call it what it is, terrorism. Yeah, that's people deciding not to buy woke garbage anymore. That's what that is. That's the market speaking. That's the invisible hand of the market. The invisible hand of the market doesn't have a color, doesn't care. Carl Benjamin says, good morning. He's quite enjoying that. Yeah, I mean, they get so mad. The left gets so mad when they try and force things down your throat and you say, no, I don't want it. Fuck you. I don't care what names you call me. Oh, this is a good one. I know the difference. African American, he's from South Africa, Elon Musk, not African American. It's Sean King, who also goes by Talcum X. And I think there's a couple other mocking names. You'd never guess this by looking at him. Some people say that although he claims to be a black man, that he is in fact a white man pretending to be a black man. And they say this because there's pictures of him as a child looking very white, and his parents are both white. So what they claim about him is that he's a race hustler and a fraud who is pretending to be black and raising money off of raising hysteria over racism, and that he, in fact, is just a white man scamming everybody. And I don't know. If I were to find out that this man who looks exactly like a white man, who's made some trivial cosmetic alterations to try and appear black, was actually just a white man who'd made trivial alterations to look black, I wouldn't be shocked. I wouldn't be shocked if the guy who looks obviously like a white man was in fact white and not the black man that he claims to be. Enough of that. Here's a funny one. He did it. Governor DeSantis actually convinced one of the libs to move to Canada, a mark of distinction. Well, we don't want him, for one thing. Liberal professors flee Florida under Ron DeSantis as over a dozen give up tenures and head as far as Canada after bemoaning about the governor's war on woke in colleges. The first thing he's going to be very disappointed in is the health care. The next thing is how expensive it is to live here, to buy a house or rent an apartment. I think he's going to be very, very surprised by how much Canada sucks. And maybe he's been misled about Canada being this socialist utopia. Which is, somebody in Canada can tell you is just not true. Canada sucks these days. It does. Trudeau has fucked up this country royally. I mean, it's comic, actually. Somebody being that stupid and misinformed that they would think that going to Canada is going to solve their problems, especially since the liberal government here is poised to collapse, right? It is so far down in the polls against the Conservative Party right now that he's going to get a very unpleasant surprise as soon as the next election happens. I mean, the rest of Canada will be happy about it. This is like, what is this? It's not cosmic justice. I don't know. And I guess it's just professors are really stupid these days. I think we're getting to the end of it here. Famous corporate taglines. Nike, just do it. KFC, it's finger licking good. Allstate, you're in good hands. X, go fuck yourself. That was a legendary moment, wasn't it? I mean, that's like I mean, that's one of the best intranet moments in how long? And it's great because he's saying it to all the right people. All the right people. He's feeling like, at some level at least, I mean, you got to say at some level, he's kind of the people's champion at this point. On some level, you got to give him something. I'm not saying that there's not problems there and that there's not going to be, he could really disappoint everybody. But what I'm seeing right now, I'm liking. I mean, this is iconic shit. This is historic shit. This is stuff that's going to be in the history books. Let's see. Hey, Doc, what happened in the years of 2020? There was a cold and everyone turned into communist retards. There was a cold and everyone turned into communist retards. That deserves to be in the history books, too. That's really good. Let's see. New Joe Biden just dropped. What is it? Like, you see all these different Joe Bidens. New Joe Biden just dropped. It is kind of weird, isn't it? You know, I know it's just different angles and stuff. I mean, you know, but he's weird. He's weird. Do you know what? I think I'm done. It's 4 hours, 36 minutes. I think we're done. I didn't ask anybody to subscribe to the channel this whole time. God damn it. I need to remember to do that. 4.5 hours, and I forget. I don't ask once to subscribe. Please subscribe, whatever platform you're watching on. That really helps me. I would like to get more Rumble subscribers. I'd like to get more on Rumble than I have on YouTube. I've got about 11,400 on YouTube. I got about half of that, 5,600 odd on Rumble. I want to try and get that Rumble number up to the YouTube one. And I already get more views on Rumble anyway with half the subscribers because I'm not suppressed there. Also, a shout out to the people on BitChute who 5,000 people watched the last live stream on BitChute. Not live because it didn't stream live, but the replay of it that was uploaded to it afterwards. That's awesome. Thanks you guys for that. And